Chapter 10:14. Yen Yun, why didn't you greet me when you saw me? Elder Mei asked in astonishment as she walked over. Aunt? Yi Xian was shocked when he heard this name. He realized that Elder Mei's gaze was on the female disciple he was controlling. This female disciple was Elder Mei's niece. F***CK. Aunt, I was in a hurry and didn't see. The female disciple called Yen Yun hurriedly replied. Where are you in such a hurry to go? Elder Mei looked at her. I'm going to the land of flowers to collect some nectar, Yen Yun replied nervously. She was currently under Yi Xian's control, so she was afraid that Yi Xian would be discovered. You're about to reach a bottleneck, aren't you? You still need to refine nectar. Here is a plum blossom pill that I personally refined. Go back and enter seclusion. Once you break through to the 7th grade of true energy disaster, I'll accept you as my disciple. Elder Mei handed over a pill. Thank you, Aunt. Yen Yun hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Then, Elder Mei turned around and left. Yi Xian and Yen Yun heaved a sigh of relief when they saw her leave. Let's go. Yi Xian ordered in his mind. Since he hadn't been discovered, it was time for him to make a move. Of course, he had to find a place where no one was around. However, Elder Mei had only taken a few steps when she suddenly turned around. This time, her gaze landed on Yi Xian. When she got closer, she felt that Yi Xian's aura was familiar. She seemed to have sensed it somewhere before. She frowned and thought carefully. Then, she turned around and said, Yen Yun, come here. Yi Xian and Yen Yun were about to leave, but they were forced to stop. Yen Yun and Yi Xian exchanged glances before running over. In the next instant, Elder Mei took out a long sword. Bastard, do you think I can't remember your aura? How dare you disguise yourself as a disciple of 10,000 Flower Valley? You're courting death. Elder Mei roared at Yi Xian. Her roar attracted everyone's attention. Of course, Yi Xian was the most shocked. It seemed that he had been discovered after all. Sure enough, you found out. Yi Xian did not quibble. He immediately took off the mask on his face. Immediately, his long hair shrunk into short hair. It was actually a man. The surrounding Centauria Valley disciples were shocked. This was the first time they had seen such a thing. As expected, it's you. Back then, you and that iron-masked man killed the city lord of Xingyang City. Why have you appeared in my 10,000 Flower Valley today? Elder Mei looked at Yi Xian with a fearful expression. Back then, when Yi Xian was only at the 3rd grade of true energy disaster, he had dared to fight Xingyang City's city lord, who was at the 7th grade of true energy disaster. Now, Yi Xian, who was at the 5th grade of true energy disaster, actually didn't flee when facing him. It was likely that his strength wasn't as simple as it seemed. No reason, I just want to find you. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he said, if I hadn't run away quickly that day, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you. Today, I've come to find you to take revenge for that day. You? Elder Mei's face twitched. A 5th grade true energy disaster dared to seek revenge from a 9th grade true energy disaster like him. It was obvious that he had some sort of confidence. Originally, I wanted to save Luoluo first. Since you want to die, then don't blame me, Yi Xian said inwardly. Elder Mei was at the 9th grade of true energy disaster. Furthermore, she was one of the 4 guardian elders of the 10,000 Flower Valley. If he could successfully take revenge, then perhaps Yi Xian would also break through to the 6th grade of true energy disaster. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't answer, Elder Mei paused for a moment. In the next moment, she directly attacked. 100 flowers contend. This move again. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Back then, he had been ambushed by Elder Mei, who had rushed over and almost lost his original body and doppelganger. Therefore, he hadn't been able to copy this martial art. However, today, he had clearly seen the true energy flowing within Elder May's body. Ding! 100 flowers content successfully copied. By the time the system notification sounded, Yi Xian had already rushed to the side. Boom! 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 The air in the area where he had been standing suddenly shook violently. If he had been any slower, he would have been blown to ashes. In his mind, the dragon catcher hand's repair progress was nearing 90%. This time, he might be able to completely repair the dragon catcher hands. Now that I've been discovered, I have to end this quickly. Eye of Glory. A golden light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. His aura instantly surged. Following that, a doppelganger that looked exactly like him appeared beside him. However, this doppelganger was holding the 100-ghost sword. Summon Golden War God. Fierce ghost ring tears break. Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger respectively used their trump cards. Not only that, but their eyes also flickered rapidly a few times. Burning Eye. Eye of Nirvana. Disintegration Eye. His attack instantly exploded. In the face of this sudden burst of attack, Elder May was already shocked. She hurriedly raised her hand and unleashed another 100 flowers content. Boom! 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 The air exploded once again. The 100 flowers content was at least twice as powerful as before in the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. However, this time, Yi Xian had learned his lesson. The fierce ghost ring tears break actually went around the 100 flowers content and pounced on Elder May from the side. Now that Yi Xian had comprehended the perfect level sword force, the power of this move had also increased greatly. Yi Xian estimated that as long as Elder May was hit, she would at least be severely injured. Don't underestimate me. Elder May roared in her heart. Faced with so many phantoms pouncing on her, the true qi in her body immediately surged out and condensed into a true qi plum blossom around her body. This true qi plum blossom directly protected Elder May. When the phantoms pounced on this true qi plum blossom, they would explode on their own. Ding! Unyielding winter plum blossom successfully copied. The system notified again. You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Yi Xian looked at the dragon catcher hands that had been restored to 100%, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Elder May might have other moves, but Yi Xian felt that using the Eye of Revelation to copy them was too slow. Moreover, this battle had to be ended quickly. Otherwise, the other 3 elders would rush over. Therefore, he couldn't be stingy with his trump cards. Thunderfire Sword Technique. Thunderfire Combined Attack. Yi Xian's original body and clone suddenly attacked together. 2 golden sword gleams were swept out, which then merged into one and attacked Elder May. The Thunderfire Sword Technique was a rather unique martial art. It could be learned by one person or 2 people at the same time. Yi Xian just so happened to have a clone. Therefore, his original body cultivated the Thunder Sword while his clone cultivated the Fire Sword. When the time came for a combined attack, the power would be multiplied. In addition to Yi Xian's perfect level sword force and Eye of Glory, this move was enough to instantly kill a 9th level true energy disaster expert. Hoo. ZZ. The Thunder Sword and Fire Sword emitted a faint sound. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Elder May. Elder May's face turned gloomy when she saw this attack. She quickly condensed another true qi plum blossom. Chapter 10:15. Bam! The 2 true energy plum blossoms exploded as Elder May was sent flying. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, she had condensed her true energy plum blossoms quickly. Otherwise, she would have been killed by the explosion. The surrounding 10,000 Flower Valley disciples were shocked. Elder May, who was extremely powerful in their eyes, was seriously injured. How was this possible? However, they were so shocked that they could not speak. In the distance, Yi Xian smirked and said, "Die." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian himself did not make a move. Elder Mei was shocked when she suddenly felt a powerful aura. When she turned her head, she saw a golden-armored war god holding a huge golden sword slashing down at her. Overlord's Limitless Sword. The Overlord's Limitless Sword was one of the two skills of the Eye of Glory. It could be used by Yi Xian himself or by the golden-armored war god. Boom! Elder Mei was one of the 4 guardian elders of the 10,000 Flower Valley, so she wouldn't die so easily. At the critical moment, she formed another Zhenqi plum blossom, which blocked most of the power of the Overlord's Limitless Sword. Even so, most of the bones in her body were shattered by the powerful impact of the Overlord's Limitless Sword. Although this attack did not kill Elder Mei, it worsened her injuries. She had less than 70% of her combat strength left. Elder Mei was not to be feared. Yi Xian had expected that Elder Mei would not die. At this moment, he and his clone attacked together again. Thunderfire Sword Technique, Thunderfire Combined Attack. This time, Elder Mei could not avoid it. Her face was ashen. She did not expect to die in 10,000 Flower Valley. However, she would not die just like that. She used all the strength in her body to roar, "Valley Master." Her voice was deafening. However, in the next moment, she was struck by the Thunderfire combined attack and turned into charcoal. She was dead. Elder Mei, one of the 4 guardian elders of 10,000 Flower Valley, died at the hands of a 5th-grade true energy disaster. Challenging someone who was 4 grades above him was a little scary. In order to kill Elder Mei, Yi Xian had used all his trump cards. He only had the return of 10,000 swords left. However, Yi Xian felt that it was worth it. After Elder Mei's death, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and put away the interspatial ring. In the next moment, the system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Host has broken through and is now at the 6th level of True Energy Disaster. After exhausting several of his trump cards, Yi Xian had successfully broken through and his strength had soared. This was definitely worth it. However, what shocked Yi Xian the most was not this. There were plenty of martial arts in Elder Mei's Qian Kun ring. It was even more than what Yi Xian had obtained in Songlang City. After Yi Xian copied all the martial arts into the devouring system, he used them to repair the dragon-capturing hands. Ding! The dragon-catching hands has been repaired to 100%. Repair successful. Ding! The host has learned the All Creations level magical ability, Dragon-Capturing Hand. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian could not hide the joy on his face. Indeed, the dragon-capturing hands was a magical ability that was above the superior-level Transcendent Supreme Martial Arts. This trump card was probably even more powerful than the infinite ancestral swords. However, the magical ability consumed a lot of true energy. Yi Xian did not know if he could use it at the 6th level of True Energy Disaster. Forget it. Let's save Luoluo first. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Earlier, when Elder Mei died, she shouted loudly. Furthermore, the commotion caused by their fight was not small. It was likely that it had attracted the attention of the other 3 guardian elders and the 10,000 Flower Valley's Valley Master. Thus, he could not stay. Immediately, he rushed in the direction of Luoluo. He was only at the 6th level of True Energy Disaster. Moreover, he had the Eye of Perception. Therefore, even if he encountered the other 3 guardian elders, he could avoid them. Luoluo, did you hear anything just now? Yi Xian asked as he ran. Yes. Was it made by young master? Luoluo replied. Is the Valley Master of Wanhua Valley beside you? Yi Xian continued to ask. No, I am still imprisoned. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It would be fine if the ancestral master made a move. However, he was afraid that the ancestral master would not care. After all, there were still the 3 guardian elders. Therefore, Yi Xian transformed into Xia Feishue again. After breaking through, his speed was very fast. He quickly approached Luoluo. At this time, he sensed a powerful aura in a palace in front of him. It seemed to be the Valley Master of Wanhua Valley, who was also the ancestral master that Elder Mei mentioned. I am only at the 6th level of true energy disaster. I don't know if I will be discovered if I get close. Yi Xian could not figure it out. However, even if the Valley Master of Wanhua Valley appeared, there was nothing he could do. Soon, Yi Xian approached the palace. After a while, he would be able to hide Luoluo in the storage space. However, at this time. Who is it? A sharp voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Immediately after, a woman in red rushed out of the small palace. This woman had a beautiful face. She was wearing something similar to a cheap bao. Her exposed thighs were white and smooth. However, Yi Xian's gaze fell on the woman's back. It was a long white tail. Luoluo had previously said that the mysterious Valley Master of Wanhua Valley was from the Fox clan. Based on her appearance and aura, Yi Xian was certain that this woman in red was the Valley Master. After hearing the shout, Yi Xian chose to ignore it and continued to rush over. Retrieve. Luoluo was imprisoned in a formation. With her strength, she could not escape. However, she was Yi Xian's storage space. As long as they were within a certain distance, Yi Xian could store her into the storage space. With a thought, he retrieved Luoluo, who was imprisoned in the formation. Ah, thank you, young master. Luoluo immediately realized that she was in the storage space. She immediately smiled through her tears. However, Yi Xian was about to face the founder of Wanhua Valley. The moment Luoluo disappeared, the woman in red was also shocked. She asked in horror, "Where did you take her?" Hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. He immediately took off his disguise mask. "Luoluo is one of my people." "Why did you imprison her?" "One of your people." The woman in red suddenly understood. No wonder she couldn't charm Luoluo. It was because she had a master. However, since she had met a master, it was easy. As long as she killed Yi Xian, she could charm Luoluo. There was no need to imprison her. That commotion just now was caused by you. The woman in red asked with a frown. That's right. There are only 3 guardian elders left in Wanhua Valley. Yi Xian replied. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Charm. Although Yi Xian had the ability, he couldn't be charmed. Hence, this charm could only be transformed into a mental attack. Chapter 10:16. 6th-stage Qi disaster to kill my 10,000 Flower Valley's guardian elder. You can be considered a super genius, so become my servant. The reason why the red-clothed lady did not make a move was because she wanted to subdue Yi Xian. This was the first time the red-clothed lady had seen a 6th-stage Qi disaster kill a 9th-stage Qi disaster guardian elder of the 10,000 Flower Valley. However, she was a spirit disaster herself, so how could she not deal with Yi Xian? So what if you're a spirit disaster? Myriad swords return to origin. Yi Xian immediately threw the Sky Quake sword in his hand, causing 100 sword images to appear. Not only that, there were also 100 ferocious ghosts that pounced towards the red-clothed lady. Insignificant skill, 100 flowers contend. The red-clothed lady lightly snorted. In an instant, explosions rang out from 2 places as the 100 Sky Quake swords were instantly destroyed. At the same time, the 100 ferocious ghosts were also scattered. This was the strength of a spirit disaster. So strong. She's definitely not someone I can fight against right now. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. To be able to resolve the myriad swords returned to origin and the ferocious ghosts in an instant, the red-clothed lady was at least 10 times stronger than Elder May. A spirit disaster was truly extraordinary. In the midst of the explosion, the red-clothed lady swiftly charged towards Yi Xian. Her right hand formed into a claw, as if she wanted to capture Yi Xian. In this situation, Yi Xian had no choice but to bring out his trump card. Old witch, take this. Yi Xian roared as he instantly stretched out his left hand. Divine ability, dragon capturing hands. This move instantly drained all the qi in his body. However, this divine ability was at the manifestation realm, so even a spirit disaster expert might not be able to use it. Thus, he had to replenish it with his life force. In an instant, Yi Xian seemed to have aged by a few years. His face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. The moment he made his move, the woman in red felt an invisible pressure. She glanced around and realized that a giant hand had appeared above her head, trying to grab her. Divine ability. The red-clothed lady was shocked. A brat at the 6th stage qi disaster actually knew a divine ability. Was there anything rarer than this in the world? One had to know that even she didn't have a divine ability. At this moment, she did not have the time to care so much. She quickly dodged, but was still caught by the big hand. Her carelessness had caused this to happen. Success. Yi Xian, who had his eyes closed, sensed this and immediately revealed a look of joy. This move had overdrawn a lot of his life force. If it failed, it would have been a waste. Die. Yi Xian showed no mercy as he controlled the giant hand to grab with all his might. The red-clothed woman's slender body was tightly gripped, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. She felt as if many of her bones were being crushed. Kacha! Kacha! A series of crisp sounds fell into the ears of the woman in red. She felt as if she was going to die. However, even if she was only at the 1st grade spirit disaster, her physique was several times stronger than a 9th grade true energy disaster. This move was not enough to kill her. Not only that, but she even started to forcibly open up the dragon capturing hand. You're so tenacious. Die. Yi Xian quickly split into two and attacked at the same time. Thunderfire Sword Art, Thunderfire Combined Attack. This move could be considered as Yi Xian's strongest attack. Although he could no longer use the Eye of Glory, he still had the perfect sword force. Whoosh! 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 The blue and red sword light flashed and merged into one, striking the red-clothed woman's chest. Boom! The red-clothed woman's chest exploded, and her clothes were instantly torn apart by the shockwave. Yi Xian had aimed this attack at the red-clothed woman's head, but she forcefully opened up the dragon-capturing hand and dodged this fatal attack. Fortunately, this attack had heavily injured her, and her strength had decreased by at least 40%. Holy shit, you're still not dead. Yi Xian was shocked. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he had made a mistake. He should have used the Eye of Glory before using the dragon-capturing hand. If he had hardened his heart and overdrawn his vitality to use the Eye of Glory, the dragon-capturing hand would have been able to crush the red-clothed woman to death. Unfortunately, he wasn't willing to do so because he had overestimated the power of the divine ability and thought that he could kill the red-clothed woman in one strike. Fortunately, the red-clothed woman was heavily injured and probably only had 60% of her strength left. Therefore, he still had the strength to fight. Since you're not dead, let's fight to our heart's content. Yi Xian roared in his heart, and his aura instantly surged. However, his eyes were blinded as his vitality was drained again. Beast King's Rage. Eye of Glory. The golden-haired and golden-eyed Yi Xian split into two. He and his clone held the Sky Quake sword and the White Bone sword respectively. Although the myriad swords' return to origin was blasted into nothingness by the red-clothed woman, the Sky Quake sword was a Dharma treasure. It wouldn't die. Therefore, the moment it was blasted into nothingness, Yi Xian took it out again. Ferocious Ghost Twist Break. Thunderfire Sword Art, Thunderfire Combined Attack. Yi Xian used the qi that he had just recovered to attack the red-clothed woman with all his strength. I'll kill you. The red-clothed woman never thought that she would be heavily injured, so she was filled with resentment. At this moment, she had even forgotten to charm Yi Xian and swept her claw at Yi Xian. Perfect claw force. Although the red-clothed woman was heavily injured and couldn't move, the strength of her qi didn't decrease. With 2 consecutive claw attacks, she defeated Yi Xian's attack. Even if an expert of spirit disaster was heavily injured, their attack power was still very strong. Young master, let me out. Luoluo's voice sounded in his mind. No, you're only at 3rd grade true qi disaster. Yi Xian immediately refused. Luoluo's 3rd grade true qi disaster was too much weaker than the red-clothed woman. She would be instantly killed if she came out. At the same time, Yi Xian was also hesitating whether he should use the remaining 2 devour points to increase his strength. Of course, he had another option, which was to turn around and run. He would come back tomorrow to kill the Valley Master of the Myriad Flower Valley. However, the red-clothed woman was heavily injured. If he ran away today, who knew if the red-clothed woman would find a place to hide and recuperate? Young master, have you forgotten about my golden tail hair? At this moment, Luoluo suddenly reminded Yi Xian. Golden tail hair. This was related to Luoluo's bloodline. Luoluo had once hidden this golden tail hair in her tail to intimidate the white foxes and demon fox guards. Yi Xian guessed that this golden tail hair should have been left behind by a powerful expert of the Fox Charm clan. If he took it out now, it might be useful. However, this golden tail hair could only be used by Luoluo. If Yi Xian took it out, it wouldn't have any effect. Alright, stay away. Thinking of his current situation, Yi Xian made a decision. Alright. Chapter 1017. The red-clothed woman discovered Luoluo, but Luoluo was only at the 3rd grade of true energy disaster. Even if she stood there and let Luoluo attack, Luoluo wouldn't be able to injure her. But right at this moment, Luoluo took out the tuft of golden tail fur from a hidden corner of the universe ring. In the next instant, Luoluo's fur turned golden. Golden fox. An invisible pressure fell on the red-clothed woman once again. What is this? It actually made me feel fear. The red-clothed woman widened her eyes. Although she didn't understand what was going on, she knew that this was definitely Luoluo's doing. You're courting death. The red-clothed woman's eyes turned red as she launched an attack at Luoluo. Yi Xian couldn't block her attack, but Yi Xian had another method to protect Luoluo. Withdrawal. Luoluo was once again hidden in the universe ring by Yi Xian before appearing in another location. An invisible pressure descended once again. The red-clothed woman's attack had bought time for Yi Xian. He only needed a thought to subdue Luoluo, and Yi Xian's main body and clone weren't idle. Fierce Ghost Ring's Tears. Thunderfire Sword Art, Thunderfire Combined Attack. The red-clothed woman was forced to defend as the wind howled. Although Yi Xian had already lost his sight, with his eyes of perception, he could sense that the red-clothed woman's attacks were much weaker. Not only that, even her movements had decreased. The transformed Luoluo had a deterrent effect on the red-clothed woman. This was the deterrent effect of a high-ranked fox race bloodline. The outcome is already decided. Die. Yi Xian continued his attacks. Due to the 2 claws, the red-clothed woman was forced into a passive state. She wanted to kill Luoluo and obtain the tuft of golden tail fur, but she couldn't do it now. At the same time, she could feel that her strength was constantly decreasing, and this was definitely related to Luoluo. Damn it! The red-clothed woman cursed in her heart. A spirit disaster expert was actually tormented to such a state. It was simply too embarrassing. However, this was her territory and she was surrounded by her people. As long as she could endure for a while, victory would be hers. Palace Master, we're here to help you. Right at this moment, 3 figures suddenly flew over from the horizon. The other 3 guardian elders of the 10,000 Flower Valley had arrived. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. The 3 guardian elders of Lan, Zhu, and Zhu were all at the 9th level of true energy disaster. Although they wouldn't be able to defeat him in a duel, he had already thrown out all his trump cards and was at the end of his rope. Moreover, there was still the troublesome 10,000 Flower Valley's Valley Master in front of them. As long as the 3 guardian elders arrived, he and Luoluo would definitely die. However, at that moment, he suddenly thought of something. Just now, he had overdrawn his life force to use the Eye of Glory, causing his main body and avatar to become blind. In his blinded state, he could not use the eyes of the void. Therefore, he couldn't leave now. F***ck. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He had actually forgotten about this matter. This was bad. Mother***, let's fight. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian made another decision. Divine ability, Dragon Capturing Hand. He used the divine ability Dragon Capturing Hand again. The true energy in his body was instantly sucked dry. Not only that, but he also overdrew a large amount of his life force. A large golden hand appeared once again, strangling the red-clothed woman who had a hopeful look on her face. Last time, the red-clothed woman forcibly resisted the dragon capturing hand. This time, the golden dragon capturing hand was even more powerful. All the bones in her body were instantly crushed. Her entire body was twisted beyond recognition, like a twisted braid. Blood dripped from her body. It was a tragic sight. The Valley Master of 10,000 Flower Valley was dead. Kacha! 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 When these crisp sounds entered Yi Xian's ears, he merged with his avatar and transformed into a streak of light that swept over. Yi Xian could no longer sense the aura of the Valley Master of 10,000 Flower Valley. The latter had clearly fallen, so he quickly took off the Valley Master's universe ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is at the 7th level of true energy disaster. His realm had increased once again. Although Yi Xian was still blind, he had broken through at this moment. Even if Elder May revived and the 4 guardian elders gathered, he would not be afraid anymore. Impossible. The Valley Master is dead. Master, no, kill. Kill him and avenge the Valley Master. When the 3 guardian elders saw the red-clothed woman's corpse, they were extremely pained. They channeled their grief and anger into strength and directly launched an attack on Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's current strength far exceeded theirs. Although he had used up all his trump cards, it was a piece of cake for him to finish off the 3 of them. Ferocious Ghost Break. Thunderfire Sword Technique, Thunderfire Combined Attack. Yi Xian once again cloned and instantly counterattacked. After breaking through, his strength had increased tremendously. In just one exchange, Elder Zhu was struck by the Thunderfire combined attack and turned into charcoal. Dead. At the same time, the hundreds of ghosts pounced on the other 2 people in a frenzy. Thunderfire Sword Technique, Thunderfire Combined Attack. Yi Xian attacked again. In less than a second, the remaining 2 people also fell one after another. The 4 guardian elders were all killed by Yi Xian alone. As for the 10,000 Flower Valley disciples and ordinary elders, they could not help but swallow their saliva. Not only did the 4 guardian elders die, even the Spirit Disaster Valley master of the 10,000 Flower Valley died. If they charged forward, the outcome would be the same. Run! At that moment, the group of female disciples and elders scattered. In the blink of an eye, only Yi Xian and Luo Luo were left. At that moment, Luo Luo had also cancelled her transformation. Young master, you've become so powerful. Luo Luo moved closer to Yi Xian and sighed. But at that moment, Yi Xian's aura suddenly reversed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding! The host's lifespan is less than 5 years. After Yi Xian displayed his power, the system suddenly gave him a head-on blow. What? Yi Xian suspected that he had heard wrongly. Lifespan, less than 5 years. Previously, he had overdrawn his life force several times to replenish his eye power. This time, he had used the dragon catcher hands twice in a row, so the life force he overdrew was more than 10 times more than before. Yi Xian did not expect that the dragon catcher hands would overdraw so much life force. He had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body. Without any hidden injuries in his body, he could live for at least 150 years. However, he was only 25 years old and had less than 5 years left. After hearing this news, he was completely stunned. This meant that he would not even be able to celebrate his 30th birthday. *CK, I have to find something similar to the longevity pill in the future. Yi Xian felt very bitter. He glanced at his status panel and found that he only had 4.5 years left to live. Fortunately, there were many treasures that could increase his lifespan. He still had more than 4 years to find them. Young master, what's wrong? Chapter 10:18. Nothing, I'm just checking the Qian Kun ring. In order not to worry Luo Luo, Yi Xian lied again. Then, he began to check the Qian Kun ring of the lady in red. Soon, he found a book called the Heart Sutra of Charm. Ding! The Heart Sutra of Charm has been copied successfully. Luo Luo, take a look at this. Yi Xian took out the Heart Sutra of Charm and passed it to her. Ah, it's written in the Fox clan's language, Luo Luo said in surprise. Don't look at it first. Let's find a quiet place first. Yi Xian closed the Heart Sutra of Charm. After all, it was not very safe here after such a big commotion. After resting for a while, Yi Xian's eye power recovered. Then, they broke through the void and flew to Canglang City. They found a secluded place near Canglang City. Luo Luo began to comprehend the Heart Sutra of Charm while Yi Xian began to check the other things. After this, Yi Xian paid more attention to Wei Zhentian. Although the sect returning innumerable swords was powerful, Wei Zhentian's level was not high. Therefore, he would be defeated every time, wasting one of his trump cards. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to upgrade Wei Zhentian's level to a rank 3 supreme spiritual treasure. Coincidentally, there were many ores in the 5 Qian Kun rings that he obtained. Hence, Wei Zhentian benefited from them. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. 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 4 consecutive notifications sounded. Wei Zhentian was upgraded to a rank 2 supreme spiritual treasure, which was equivalent to a rank 9 true energy disaster. Now, even if someone comprehended the perfect level sword force, they would not be able to hurt Wei Zhentian. Then, Yi Xian began to summarize the experience of this battle. In this battle of life and death, he had fought a thrilling battle. If he had not made a mistake previously and was not willing to use the Eye of Glory together with the dragon-catching hand, he would not have ended up in such a situation. Fortunately, he was the one who survived to the end. My level is too low and I don't have enough true energy. Therefore, I can only overdraw my vitality to use the dragon-catching hand. Now that I have less than 5 years left in my lifespan, I can't use the dragon-capturing hands anymore. Otherwise, I'll instantly be sucked dry. Yi Xian couldn't help but gulp. The 2 uses of dragon-capturing hands just now had drained him of his vitality. Unaffected by the Gemini bloodline, even his second doppelganger, who was far away in the eastern continent, only had less than 5 years of lifespan left. If he used the dragon-capturing hand again, no matter if it was his main body or his 2 clones, they would all instantly perish. Thus, the dragon-capturing hand had to be sealed away, and he would use it again when his cultivation level and lifespan increased. Unfortunately, there were things that could increase one's lifespan, but he couldn't afford them now, so he could only look for them outside. One of the necessities for activating the Eye of Eternity is the Fountain of Youth. Not only can this be used to activate the Eye of Eternity, it can also increase one's lifespan. Yi Xian began to plan in his mind. At this moment, he suddenly felt something strange and turned to look at Luo Luo. He discovered that Luo Luo had once again entered that strange state. The heaven and earth yuan qi began to gather. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. As expected, the Heart Sutra of Charm was effective on Luo Luo. Luo Luo was about to mutate again. Good, I didn't lose out this time. Seeing Luo Luo in this state, Yi Xian felt that sacrificing a large amount of his lifespan this time was worth it. This time, Luo Luo's strength began to increase rapidly, just like when she fused with the Charm Fusion Crystal. At the same time, the hair on her body gradually turned golden. 4th grade True Energy Disaster. 5th grade True Energy Disaster. 6th grade True Energy Disaster. 7th grade True Energy Disaster. In less than 10 minutes, Luo Luo had already rushed to the 7th grade True Energy Disaster, and it was still increasing. 8th grade True Energy Disaster. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This had already surpassed his current cultivation level. Luo Luo's cultivation level was still increasing, but she hadn't broken through to the 9th grade True Energy Disaster. However, this was enough to shock Yi Xian. From the 3rd grade True Energy Disaster, she had broken through to the 8th grade True Energy Disaster, one realm higher than him. Tails. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly noticed that Luo Luo's tails had suddenly split into 3. 6 tails. From 1 tail to 3 tails, and from 3 tails to 6 tails. Next time, will it be 9 tails? Yi Xian suddenly thought of a creature. The 9-tailed demon fox. The 9-tailed demon fox originated from ancient China, and it was later spread to other places. Legend had it that Su Daji of the Shang dynasty was a 9-tailed demon fox. King Zhou was charmed by her and became evil, doing a series of cruel things. Just as Yi Xian was thinking, the system suddenly gave another notification. Ding! The beast god bloodline has mutated. All advancement paths have been upgraded. As expected. As Yi Xian expected, the beast god bloodline had mutated again. This was a joyous occasion. All advancement paths had been upgraded. Now, Yi Xian's strength had increased by 10%, and his movement speed had increased by 90%. In addition, his body's growth speed, all his attributes, and body's expansion had all increased. In addition, there was also the Beast King's Deterrence, which increased the damage dealt to beasts, the benefits of devouring beasts' corpses, and the Beast King's Rampage. The Beast God bloodline had the most advancement paths among all the bloodlines. The benefits of a single mutation made Yi Xian grin from ear to ear. Even if I only have 4 more years of life left, it's worth it. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. At this time, Luo Luo finally woke up. She opened her bright eyes and stretched comfortably. Her 6 furry tails also rose to the sky. Compared to before, she had a hint of charm, making Yi Xian's eyes light up. Young master. Luo Luo called out softly. How is it? Yi Xian immediately asked. I've also awakened my inherited memories. I know what my ancestor is. Luo Luo stood up from the ground and glanced at her 6 tails. My ancestor is called the Heaven-Loathing Fox, but I only know the name. Heaven-Loathing Fox. After hearing this name, Yi Xian frowned slightly. He thought it would be a domineering name like the 9-tailed demon fox. The Heaven-Loathing Fox is hated by the heavens. More accurately, it is envied by the heavens. Luo Luo began to explain. Because it is too powerful, the world gave it this name. Envied by the heavens. Yi Xian's face twitched. This name was a little too exaggerated. After this mutation, I don't need to cultivate anymore. My body will continuously absorb yuan qi of heaven and earth, and the conversion rate is very high. Of course, if I refine treasures of heaven and earth, my cultivation speed will be much faster. Luo Luo suddenly smiled mischievously. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian finally felt that something was wrong. Luo Luo had finished her mutation, but the yuan qi of heaven and earth was still flowing into her body. Chapter 10:19. What the f*ck, self-cultivation? Yi Xian was shocked. This was a vacuum cleaner. No, this was a yuan qi harvesting machine. Furthermore, it existed 24 hours a day. From now on, Luo Luo would not need to cultivate because she would be cultivating 24 hours a day. This was clearly a cheat, a 24-hour hack machine. Heavenly Loathing Fox, Heavenly Loathing Fox. She is so strong that even the heavens are jealous of her. That's why she got this name. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He was already shocked by Luo Luo's ability. Just her physique was already so strong. Not to mention the skill she had after awakening her inherited memories. The current Luo Luo might even be stronger than him. What's the Charm Heart Sutra? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked. My fox clan only has one ancestor. However, as we continued to reproduce, many branches appeared. As long as one is from the Fox clan, their body contains countless Fox clan bloodlines. This Charm Heart Sutra can increase the density of the bloodline. In other words, it can stimulate the bloodline. Luo Luo explained. Every member of the Fox Charm clan has countless Fox clan bloodlines in their bodies. After hearing this, Yi Xian did not think much of it. It was normal to have many bloodlines. After all, giant dragons and heavenly dragons also had many branches. All in all, Luo Luo had gained a lot this time. Right now, I am at 7th grade True Energy Disaster. If I use my trump card, I can fight against 1st grade Spirit Disaster. As for Luo Luo's strength, I don't know. I'm afraid that she isn't any weaker than me. It's enough for us to head to the land of the dead. Yi Xian thought to himself. Young master, can we head to the land of the dead now? Luo Luo asked. We should be able to, Yi Xian nodded and replied. Although the two of them had not reached Spirit Disaster, their strength was enough to fight against experts of Spirit Disaster. Although there was still danger in the land of the dead, they could not increase their strength much in this area. Therefore, they could only choose to enter the land of the dead. Immediately, they set off and headed towards the land of the dead. The land of the dead was a dark place. It was even more chaotic than the ghost tomb. Yi Xian estimated that with their current speed, they would need at least 5 days to reach there. However, this was inevitable. After all, Yi Xian did not have the void locator of the land of the dead. Therefore, he still sent his doppelganger out to hunt some supreme saint beasts and obtain some pills to increase his strength. During these 5 days, Yi Xian's true body hadn't encountered any problems. However, with Luoluo's current physique, she had absorbed 5 days of Yuan Qi. It wouldn't be long before she broke through to the 9th level of quintessential energy disaster. That last Luoluo is now madly absorbing the heaven and earth Yuan Qi. Her cultivation speed will be even faster at a high-level place. I can't be left behind, Yi Xian thought as he stepped into the land of the dead. The land of the dead was fundamentally different from other places. The sky was gloomy, and the ground was dark and barren. No one knew if a white bone arm would reach out and grab his leg as he walked on the ground. There were 2 major factions in the land of the dead. One was the sect of the god of Ghost, and the other was the Corpse King Palace. As the name suggested, one was a ghost tamer while the other was a zombie tamer. At this moment, Yi Xian entered the territory of the sect of the god of Ghost. The corpse man is hiding somewhere in the land of the dead. Now that I'm here, I don't know how to find him, Yi Xian pondered. Since there were no clues, he could only ask someone. Of course, he had another method, which was to wander around. This was because the corpse ghost mark in his body had not been removed. He could use himself as bait to lure out the corpse man. Luoluo, let's go, Yi Xian shouted and began to wander around. Because he had just arrived, he did not have a map of the land of the dead. Therefore, what he wanted to see the most now was people. Finally, 1 hour after Yi Xian entered the land of the dead, he finally sensed an aura. It was a young man at the 8th level of quintessential energy disaster. Behind him were 2 iron corpses, who were also at the 8th level of quintessential energy disaster. The corpse tamer branch. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately rushed over with Luoluo. Who's there? The young man who was leading the 2 iron corpses was a young man. When he sensed Yi Xian and Luoluo's aura, he immediately turned around and shouted. But in the next moment, he was controlled by Yi Xian's eye of control. Give me your universe ring, Yi Xian directly said to the young man. The 8th level of quintessential energy disaster was only 1 level higher than him. Even if it was the 9th level of quintessential energy disaster, Yi Xian would only have the fate of being controlled. Of course, if it was an expert of spirit disaster, it would not be easy to control them. This was because spirit disaster increased all aspects. Other than physique and true qi, there was also spiritual energy. The young man took off the universe ring in his hand and tossed it to Yi Xian. The latter took the universe ring and quickly checked it. There weren't many things inside, so he could only raise his cultivation by a bit. However, there was a map of the land of the dead inside. I'm currently in the territory of the 100 Ghosts sect. There's an expert at the 3rd level of spirit disaster in the 100 Ghosts sect, Yi Xian muttered as he casually copied the map into his universe ring. Young master, since they are all demonic Tao forces, why don't we just kill our way in? Luoluo said as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. 3rd level of spirit disaster. We're still not a match for them, right? Yi Xian frowned. Oh, I feel that I'm very powerful now. Won't we know once we try? Luoluo pouted. Let's take a look first. Yi Xian did not immediately make a decision. This young man was from one of the forces under the Corpse King Palace. He had entered the territory of the god of Ghost sect to train, so there were some ghost fetus in his universe ring. Ghost fetus was something refined from ghost spirits, but it could be used to strengthen ghost spirits. However, for the corpse ghost Daoist, ghost fetus could be planted into a living person's body. This was something that the god of Ghost sect and Corpse King Palace did not know how to do. Although Yi Xian knew how to refine ghost fetus, he did not know how to do so. However, this did not matter because Yi Xian had never thought of refining a human into a ghost corpse. Furthermore, Yi Xian had also obtained the method of controlling corpses and ghosts from this young man. The enmity between the 2 factions in the land of the dead was great. If someone were to control corpses in the territory of the god of Ghost sect, they would definitely be attacked. It was the same for controlling ghosts in the territory of the Corpse King Palace. This young man was extremely daring. He actually did not keep the two corpses in his universe ring while walking in the territory of the God of Ghosts sect. He was truly courting death. Luo Luo, do you want to learn how to control corpses? Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and asked. No, it's disgusting. Luo Luo glanced at the two corpses and quickly shook her head. The two corpses were half naked, and the luster on their bodies was like metal. They had died long ago and were refined into corpses. Chapter 10:20. Although it was not bad to refine the corpses of dead people into iron corpses, it would be much more powerful than iron corpses if it was refined from the flesh of a living person. After all, ghost corpses could still use true energy. These iron corpses did not have much true energy left in them. They could only fly and could not use martial arts. They usually used brute force to fight, so they could also be called battle corpses. All in all, the ghost corpses refined by the Corpse Daoist were a level higher than the battle corpses of the Corpse King Palace. I don't need to control battle corpses to fight. Yi Xian shook his head and immediately put away the two iron corpses. As for the youth, he was directly killed by his sword. Now that we have the map, let's go. Just as Yi Xian and Luo Luo were about to leave, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! The Corpse Daoist imprint has been triggered. After such a long time, the Corpse Daoist imprint actually appeared again. After hearing this notification, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. He remembered that the last time the Corpse Daoist imprint was outside Songlang City, which was also the time when he controlled Yuan Wuxin. After that time, he should have been able to erase the Corpse Daoist imprint, but he did not. Now, it was finally triggered again. However, Yi Xian would not let his guard down, because under his feet was the land of the dead. Soon, an aura entered the range of his senses. 9th level true energy disaster? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, but he was relieved. With his current realm, it was not a problem for him to kill a 9th level true energy disaster ghost corpse in an instant. This 9th level true energy disaster ghost corpse was a male. Without saying anything, he directly attacked Yi Xian. TCH, it's just a 9th level true energy disaster. Thunder Sword. Yi Xian quickly slashed out a sword ray. This sword ray pierced through the air and swept in front of the ghost corpse in the blink of an eye. Bang! This ghost corpse was 2 levels higher than Yi Xian and had comprehended perfect sword force, but it could not block this sword and was directly sent flying. A 9th level true energy disaster ghost corpse's strength is indeed extraordinary. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The male ghoul was severely injured and flew backward, but the ghost fetus in his body began to beat quickly, and then healed his wounds. I don't believe that I can't kill you with one strike. Yi Xian bellowed and suddenly summoned his doppelganger. Thunderfire Sword Technique, Thunderfire Combined Attack. The blue and red sword lights intersected, and their power multiplied. This time, the ghost corpse was unable to block the attack. It was instantly hit and burned into charcoal. But what surprised Yi Xian was that the ghost fetus in his body started to beat again. Your life force is really tenacious. It seems that I won't be able to kill you without cutting off your head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian's original body and his doppelganger attacked at the same time, instantly chopping off the ghost corpse's head. The 9th level true energy disaster ghost corpse was dead. However, after this ghost corpse died, a white gas floated out of its body and condensed into a white skull. TSK, TSK, TSK. Kid, you're finally here. Here to kill you. Yi Xian replied indifferently. Don't think too highly of yourself. This 9th level true energy disaster ghost corpse is not worth mentioning in my eyes. Kid, since you're here, then you'll suffer my endless pursuit. I'll definitely refine you into a ghost corpse. After the white skull finished speaking, it suddenly disappeared. Now, the corpse man knew that Yi Xian had come to the land of the dead. TSK, Yi Xian was very disdainful. In the next moment, he erased the corpse man's mark on his body. Although he really wanted to find the corpse man's location, the latter's realm was much higher than his. If he continued to keep the mark, he would be in trouble if he encountered a powerful ghost corpse. They couldn't stay here for long. They had to leave as soon as possible. But just as Yi Xian was about to collect the interspatial ring of this ghost corpse, he suddenly felt several auras. These auras were heading straight for him. He didn't know if they were going to kill him and steal his treasures. Yi Xian hurriedly put away the interspatial ring, then looked at them quietly. Very quickly, 6 people entered his sight. These 6 people were all young people. After they appeared, they looked at the ghost corpse wearing an iron mask on the ground, and their faces were filled with shock. A ghost corpse at the 9th level of true energy disaster wasn't any weaker than any of them. However, Yi Xian and Luo Luo, one at the 7th level of true energy disaster and the other at the 8th level of true energy disaster, were actually able to kill it. However, they were surprised by something else. Do you know the corpse man? The leading young man asked. No. Yi Xian paused for a moment, then shook his head. Trash, do you think we're blind? You're courting death. A black-clothed young man walked out, ready to give Yi Xian a few slaps. Just now, they clearly heard the conversation between the corpse man and Yi Xian, but Yi Xian still refused to admit it. Wait. The leading young man suddenly stopped him, then asked, since you don't know him, why did the corpse man use white bone sound transmission to talk to you? Why should I tell you? Yi Xian said subconsciously. Since you don't want to say it, then forget it. Since the corpse man wants to catch you, there must be something about you that caught his eye. After the leading young man finished speaking, he turned to the black-clothed young man and the other young man, saying, You two go capture them and send them back to the sect for the elders to interrogate. Yes. The black-clothed young man and the other young man responded, then immediately swooped down. Although Yi Xian and Luo Luo's realms were not high, being able to kill a 9th level true energy disaster ghost corpse meant that they were not weak. Therefore, the black-clothed young man and the other young man took out 2 10,000 ghost banners and waved them lightly. In the next moment, 2 ghost spirits appeared beside them. It seems that the corpse man is like a rat crossing the street in the land of the dead. No wonder he doesn't dare to reveal his whereabouts. Yi Xian finally understood why the corpse man didn't dare to reveal his location. He was probably being hunted down by the Corpse King Palace and the sect of the God of Ghost. After all, the corpse man's ghost corpses were far more powerful than the ghost spirits and battle corpses. If he rose, then the land of the dead would be divided into 3 parts, or even unified. Facing the 2 young men and the ghost spirits beside them who were 9th level true energy disasters, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he once again summoned his doppelganger. If these 6 people each had a 9th level true energy disaster ghost spirit, then they would have the battle strength of 12 9th level true energy disasters. Yi Xian didn't want to waste time, so he had to end this quickly. However, he didn't need to use his trump cards to deal with these people who were true energy disasters. Thunderfire Sword Technique, Thunderfire Combined Attack. Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger attacked at the same time. 2 golden sword rays swept out, converging together and attacking the black-clothed young man. What a powerful attack! The black-clothed young man was shocked, but in the next moment, he realized that the illusion around him had changed. Chapter 1021. Boom! The combined attack of lightning and fire landed on the black-clothed youth. That fatal heat instantly covered his entire body, and in a blink of an eye, he turned into a charred corpse. Instant kill. His death indirectly caused his ghost spirit to lose control and attack the young man closest to him. However, that youth had also fallen into an illusion. Rip! A crisp sound rang out as the youth's head flew up. He was instantly killed by the ghost spirit's claw. In a blink of an eye, 2 experts of 9th grade true energy disaster had fallen, leaving the remaining 4 in shock. Control. The young man in the lead reacted instantly and controlled the 2 wandering spirits. Just at this moment, the wind whistled once again. 100-layer demon fox clone. Luo Luo suddenly split into 100, each of them holding onto a scarlet whip as they instantly surrounded the remaining 4. Among the hundreds of Luoluos, although there were dozens of illusions, there were 20 real ones. When these 20 Luoluos gathered together, their auras were several times stronger than the 4 of them combined. The pressure was so great that they could barely breathe. Not good. The youth in the lead had a drastic change in his expression. Only at this moment did he realize what kind of enemy he had provoked. But by the time he reacted, it was already too late. When Luo Luo's whip descended, the 4 of them had already fallen into an illusion and were instantly killed by Luo Luo. Although Luo Luo was using a whip, she had also comprehended a perfect sword technique. Under the encirclement of so many clones, even an expert of spirit disaster would be whipped to death. Why are they so weak? Luoluo's original body covered her mouth and cried out in surprise. She never thought that her strength would actually become so powerful. With just a single move, she was able to instantly kill 4 geniuses who were at a higher level than her, as well as 2 9th-level true energy disaster ghost spirits. However, this was all thanks to Yi Xian's Eye of Illusion. Otherwise, the 4 of them would at least be able to withstand a round of attacks. Luo Luo's strength should be able to fight with 2nd-grade spirit disaster experts. Yi Xian said in his heart as he looked at the 6 corpses falling from the sky. If it was someone else, he might be a little jealous. However, Luo Luo was his person, and the stronger Luo Luo was, the more advantageous it would be for him. Of course, even though he said this, Yi Xian didn't want to be overtaken by Luo Luo. Immediately, Yi Xian cleaned up the battlefield and collected the 6 interspatial rings. There are quite a few ghost fetuses. Now, I can use my evil ghost twist cry as I please. Yi Xian poured everything into his devouring space. Not only that, he also found 6 small flags in the 6 people's Qian Kun rings. Is this the 10,000 ghost banner? It seals the ghost spirits inside and summons them during battle. Yi Xian put away the 6 10,000 ghost banners. There were still many ghost spirits inside. When the time came, he could go to the city to earn money. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of a good way to earn money. He could exchange for many things, which would definitely be very popular in the land of the dead. For example, the Ghost King Pearl that could increase the strength of the ghost spirits, the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner that could allow the ghost spirits to slowly increase their strength inside, the White Bone Sword, and so on. As long as he packed up these things, he would definitely be able to make a huge profit. At this moment, Luo Luo asked, "Young master, where are we going next? Now that I've erased the corpse ghost mark on me, it won't be so easy for the corpse ghost man to find us. Let's go to the nearest nether city first. I want to find a few things." Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he answered. Finding the corpse ghost man was not an urgent matter. His current goal was to increase his lifespan. Only then could he continue to use the dragon catcher hand. Of course, it would be best if he could find the necessary items to open the Eye of Eternity. After opening the Eye of Eternity, Yi Xian's vital points would shift to his eyes. As long as his eyes were not destroyed, he would not die even if his heart and brain were blown apart. At that time, he could use the bloodline of the divine tree of life to recover. Then, Yi Xian took Luo Luo to Nether City. Nether City was the lowest level city in the land of the dead. The power behind it was the 100 Ghosts sect. Yi Xian's goal this time was to find some useful items and earn a lot of money. However, just as Yi Xian and Luo Luo left, a figure appeared at the place where they fought. This figure was wearing an iron mask. It was the corpse ghost man's ghost corpse. However, his realm was not true chi disaster, but spirit disaster. He wandered around for a while before flying in a certain direction. This direction was the direction that Yi Xian and Luo Luo left. However, Yi Xian had already found Nether City. Nether City. The City Lord is a second-grade spirit disaster expert. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. Young master, after you're done with your business, shall we kill our way in? Luo Luo, who was kept by Yi Xian into the artifact space, said. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Behind this Nether City is the 100 Ghost sect. Although the City Lord is a second-grade spirit disaster, there might be experts in the city, Yi Xian replied. The 100 Ghost sect had experts of the 4th-grade spirit disaster, so he had to be careful. Nether City seemed to be the same as other cities, but after entering, one would often see wandering ghosts. Of course, these ghosts were all controlled by someone. It said that the ghosts in the sect of the God of Ghosts are extremely powerful. One of them was even at the manifestation realm, and was the founder of the sect of the God of Ghosts. When he died, he set up a formation and refined himself into a ghost spirit, which allowed him to retain the memories of his life. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. The sect of the God of Ghosts was a power that coexisted with ghosts. The founder of the sect of the God of Ghosts had such means, which was why the sect of the God of Ghosts was so prosperous, and there were no signs of decline for thousands of years. It was rare for a true chi disaster expert to live for more than 100 years. However, the sect of the God of Ghosts could turn their own people into ghosts after they died. Furthermore, they would retain the memories of their life and could continue to use ghosts to prolong their lives. The other major power in the land of the dead, the Corpse King Palace, also had heaven-defying means. They could refine themselves into corpses, greatly increasing their lifespan. Both sects had means to prolong their lives, which was why they were able to last for so long. At this moment, Yi Xian had already entered the Nether City. After asking around, he found out that there was no auction house in the Nether City, only a place called the Nether Market. The Nether Market was filled with all kinds of people. Helpless, Yi Xian could only head to the Nether Market to see if there was anything he needed. Chapter 1022. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian entered the Netherworld Bazaar and looked around, but nothing caught his eye. It wasn't that he had high expectations, but that he had no use for these things. He spent some time walking around the entire Netherworld Bazaar, but he couldn't find what he was looking for. Helpless, he could only start to set up his stall. The moment he entered the Netherworld Bazaar, he felt more than 10 powerful auras. These auras were not any weaker than the Valley Master of the 10,000 Flower Valley. This time, his target was these people. Ding! Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner successfully exchanged. Ding! White Bone Sword successfully exchanged. Ding! Ghost King Pearl successfully exchanged. A series of notifications rang out. Yi Xian immediately exchanged for many things, and then put them on the ground together with the evil ghost twisting wail. Hey, little brother, this 10,000 Ghosts banner seems a little special. What's wrong? A middle-aged man of 9th level true energy disaster came over and asked. This is the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner. It's not something a normal 10,000 Ghosts banner can compare to. A normal 10,000 Ghosts banner is only used to collect ghost spirits, but this Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner can not only collect ghost spirits, but also increase the strength of the collected ghost spirits. Yi Xian explained, and then said, however, this is not a single item. A set of 3, and the evil ghost-twisting whale will cost 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills. 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills. Little brother, do you think I'm that gullible? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed. Not a bargain, not a single item. If you think it's too expensive, you can go shopping again. Yi Xian shook his head. Although the Netherworld Bazaar was huge, and there were many people setting up stalls, the items in the stalls were the same. However, this was the first time Yi Xian had seen these items, so it attracted the attention of many people. Little brother, what about this black pearl? An old man came over. This is the Ghost King Pearl. The owner of this pearl can strengthen his control over ghost spirits, giving him the ability to control ghost spirits beyond his level. Yi Xian answered again. Then what about this white bone sword? Increase the power of martial arts. This time, Yi Xian's answer was very concise, but everyone could understand that the martial arts here referred to the martial arts that most people in the land of the dead practiced, which were the martial arts of the devil Dao, such as fierce ghost-twisting, crying, breaking, and so on. Little brother, can you use this ferocious ghost-twisting and crying once? The old man continued to ask. Sure. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he took out his white bone sword and said, if you want to use the ferocious ghost-twisting cry, you must seal the ghost fetus into the sword. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked. Swish! Woo woo woo, a black slash tore through the air, instantly splitting into hundreds of evil spirits. Everyone raised their heads to look, feeling the extraordinariness of this move. Fighting was not allowed in the Netherworld Bazaar, but they could test their moves, so Yi Xian would not have any trouble. Alright, just for this martial art, I'll buy it. The old man's eyes lit up. He immediately took out 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills and handed them to Yi Xian. This was the Netherworld Bazaar. If anyone tried to cheat, they would be captured by the Netherworld Bazaar's manager, so he was not worried. Seeing the old man so forthright, Yi Xian also directly handed over the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner, Ghost King Pearl, White Bone Sword, and Fierce Ghost Twisting Crying Breaking. After the transaction, Yi Xian received 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills. The surrounding people also widened their eyes as they watched. The old man tested them on the spot. The Ghost King Pearl can indeed increase the ability to control spirits, and the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner can also allow my spirits to slowly grow. The old man tested them one by one, and found that it was as Yi Xian said. Little brother, I want a set too. Another expert of the 9th level of True Energy Disaster walked out. Although he had a pained expression on his face, his eyes were blooming with a light that had never been seen before. 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills was almost all they had. Among the people present, not everyone could take out such a sum. All right. Yi Xian also did not say anything. He exchanged for another set and completed the transaction. He had already learned the fierce ghost-twisting crying breaking technique. Moreover, on his way to Netherworld City, he had already copied hundreds of copies. Martial arts were very transferable. Even if Yi Xian gave away all of his copies, he would not feel the pinch. After the second set was completed, Yi Xian received another 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills. With these 20,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills, he could exchange for 4 more sets of equipment. Excluding the 2 sets from before, he made a net profit of 2 sets. Moreover, they could also increase his cultivation base. This was a huge profit. If you don't have any crossing disaster pills, you can exchange them with heaven and earth treasures. Also, I need these items. If you have any information about these items, I will exchange them with a set of equipment. Yi Xian shouted loudly. Then, he set up a sign beside him. The sign listed the necessities to open the Eye of Eternity, as well as elixirs that could increase one's lifespan, heaven and earth treasures. Hearing this, the surrounding people boiled with excitement. A piece of information is worth 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills. Everyone was shocked. However, when they took a closer look, they realized that they did not know anything about it. Therefore, they could only reveal a helpless expression. "Little brother, give me a set as well. Wait for me, I'll immediately go and borrow some crossing disaster pills. Give me a set as well." Yi Xian's stall was very popular. In just a short minute, he had sold more than 10 sets of equipment and received more than 100,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills. At the same time, his cultivation base was also increasing rapidly. "Give me 10 sets." Suddenly, a shout made the crowd instantly quiet down. 10 sets in one go. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and discovered that it was a burly man. Although this burly man had an ordinary appearance, the aura coming from his body surpassed the sum of everyone present. A spirit disaster expert. "Little brother, do you have 10 sets?" The burly man flew over and asked. "If you have money, then you have goods." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." The burly man responded and took out a 10,000 ghost banner from his universe ring. This 10,000 ghost banner contains a spirit disaster level ghost spirit. When these words were spoken, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. A spirit disaster level ghost spirit. Using this to exchange for 10 sets of equipment? Everyone present wasn't a fool. They knew that the value of this spirit far exceeded the 100,000 crossing disaster pills. There weren't many spirit disaster experts in this area. Even if a spirit disaster expert died, it wasn't guaranteed that they could be refined into a ghost spirit, not to mention subduing one. However, this spirit disaster level ghost spirit was useless to Yi Xian. "Sorry, I urgently need the crossing disaster pills. Furthermore, I can't control this ghost spirit right now." Yi Xian shook his head and refused. Chapter 1023. "I'm sorry, but I am in urgent need of disaster crossing pills. Furthermore, I can't control this spirit right now." When these words entered everyone's ears, many of them immediately cursed Yi Xian in their minds. Yi Xian was currently at 7th grade true energy disaster, but this spirit was already sealed within the 10,000 ghost banner. Even if he couldn't control it, he could just turn it around and leave. "Ah, little brother, you're really realistic. Fine, wait for me for a while. I'll go gather 100,000 high-grade disaster crossing pills." The robust man laughed and left. After he left, the surrounding people were astonished and asked if anyone knew this robust man. "That person seems to be a protector of the 100 Ghost sect," one of the informants whispered. Yi Xian looked at the robust man's departing figure and let out a sigh of relief. The robust man's aura was powerful, and he was most likely an expert at 2nd grade spirit disaster. As expected, Nether City was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Although the city lord was only at 2nd grade spirit disaster, it didn't mean that there was only one person in Nether City. Although killing people to steal treasures isn't bad, I still need to change my style occasionally. Blindly killing people is the easiest way to go berserk, Yi Xian said to himself in his heart. The land of the dead was different from other places. The atmosphere here was extremely dark, and staying here for too long would affect one's mind. Yi Xian was thinking about his future. While the robust man went to gather 100,000 high-grade disaster crossing pills, Yi Xian sold a few more sets. He estimated that as long as the robust man returned, he would be able to break through to 8th grade true energy disaster. In truth, he was selling them at a cheap price. If he was in a higher-ranked city, it wouldn't be a problem for him to sell them for 30,000. However, considering that Nether City was at the bottom of the list in the land of the dead, there weren't many experts at spirit disaster. Thus, he naturally had to lower the price. Very soon, the robust man returned with 100,000 high-grade disaster crossing pills. 10 sets of equipment, very good. After completing the transaction with Yi Xian, the robust man nodded his head in satisfaction. Following that, he asked, "Little brother, may I know who refined these treasures?" "My master." Yi Xian answered without thinking, "As for master's name, I won't say too much. If that's the case, then tell him that our 100 Ghost sect is willing to recruit him as the chief refiner." The brawny man said. "All right, I will tell master." Yi Xian nodded. Soon after, the burly man left. He had bought 10 sets of equipment because he wanted to bring them back to the 100 Ghost sect for the weapon refiners to figure out. After the brawny man left, Yi Xian sold a few more sets of equipment. Then, he felt that it was about time and said, "All right, I will come again in the afternoon." Everyone can come again then. When the martial artists who didn't manage to buy any heard this, their eyes lit up. They could take advantage of this opportunity to borrow some crossing disaster pills. "Young master, you've earned so many crossing disaster pills in such a short period of time. If you do this a few more times, wouldn't you be able to break through to spirit disaster very quickly?" Luo said excitedly in his mind. "This method is indeed feasible, but let's leave first." Yi Xian replied. "Why?" "Young master, you're about to break through. When the time comes, we won't be afraid of third-grade spirit disaster, right?" Luo didn't understand. "Let's leave first. I have a feeling that something big is about to happen," Yi Xian said and left in a hurry. From the beginning until now, his heart had been pounding madly, which was a very rare thing. He immediately found a place and swallowed all the crossing disaster pills in the devouring space. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at 8th grade true energy disaster. The system notification sounded. With the increase in his realm, Yi Xian's strength had also increased. His original plan was to rob Nether City as soon as he broke through. However, his heart had been beating so fast earlier that he decided to leave first before doing anything else. But right at this moment. Huff, huff, huff. A gale suddenly started to howl. Yi Xian felt that the atmosphere in Nether City had suddenly become oppressive. Damn, something big is about to happen. Yi Xian's body trembled. His premonition was right. No matter what it was, he had to be careful. Immediately, he rushed into the clouds and left the ground. Originally, he wanted to use the eyes of the void to leave. However, his curiosity got the better of him and he wanted to see what would happen next. But in the next moment, he was shocked. The land of the dead was originally dark, but there was still some light. Just as Yi Xian flew into the sky, a huge figure suddenly covered him. The entire Nether City was plunged into darkness. Yi Xian looked up and scanned with the eyes of revelation. He saw a huge object falling down. What is this? He widened his eyes and found that the object was so big that he couldn't see the end of it. Was this a meteorite? This object was probably bigger than the entire Nether City. If it fell, Nether City would be destroyed. Damn, let's retreat. Yi Xian swallowed hard, hurriedly used the eyes of the void, and then got into it. Yi Xian left one in the wind snow villa and the other 3 in the void. If he encountered any danger, he could escape in an instant. When he entered the city just now, he left a void positioning device outside Nether City. This time, he happened to cross the distance and arrived outside Nether City. Swoosh! The void door closed. Yi Xian turned his head to look and saw a black shadow fiercely smash down. Young master, let me out. I want to see it too. Luo shouted anxiously in the void. This was the first time that Yi Xian had seen such a scene. He couldn't miss it, so he quickly let Luo out. The next moment, the huge black shadow hit Nether City. Bang! The moment the huge black shadow hit the ground, Yi Xian, who was hundreds of kilometers away, felt the whole world shake. A shock wave hit him and instantly blew him away. Pfft! Yi Xian didn't expect the power to be so strong. He was hit directly and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only that, but Luo was the same. Well, what is this? The entire Nether City has been razed to the ground. Luo ignored the injuries on her body and said in horror. I think this is a corpse, Yi Xian slowly replied. Just now, he used the Eye of Revelation to scan the black shadow and found that there were veins on it, but there was no vitality, so it was a corpse. A corpse? No way, how can there be such a big corpse? Luo opened her mouth wide in disbelief. However, this was indeed a corpse. This corpse fell from the sky. Not many people in Nether City could escape. I'm afraid that all of them were wiped out. If this was done by someone, it's too terrifying. Chapter 10:24. Let's go and take a look. Okay. Luo followed them with a solemn expression. It was the first time they had seen a corpse fall from the sky and raise the entire Nether City to the ground. How could they not take a look? When Yi Xian and Luo approached, they realized that the Nether City was indeed in ruins. Not only that, the land within a radius of 10 miles had collapsed as if a meteorite had exploded. Wait! At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped Luo. Young master, what's wrong? Luo asked in surprise. There are 3 people on the corpse. One of them is at 3rd grade spirit disaster while the other 2 are at 2nd grade spirit disaster. Yi Xian explained. 3rd grade spirit disaster. Luo's eyebrows twitched when she heard this. Both she and Yi Xian were at 8th grade true energy disaster. Although she was about to break through, she was still at 8th grade true energy disaster. In the distance. Big brother, this Kunpeng whale's corpse is really useful. It just sat on it and it destroyed the entire Nether City. A small-eyed man chuckled. Ha, I didn't expect it to be so powerful in our first experiment. We didn't waste a year of time refining it, another tall man chimed in. Second brother, third brother, let's not waste time. Quickly put away the Kunpeng whale's corpse and clean up the battlefield. With such a huge commotion, there might be some fish that escaped the net. The people from the 100 Ghosts sect might arrive soon. After the leading man finished speaking, he immediately dove down. In fact, even if they didn't use this method, they were qualified to kill their way into the Nether City. After all, they had a 3rd grade spirit disaster expert and 2 2nd grade spirit disaster experts. On the other hand, the Nether City's City Lord was only at 2nd grade spirit disaster. At this moment, the 3 of them quickly descended. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly heard a system notification from afar. Ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission. Please kill the target within a day. Following this, Yi Xian's vision changed. A symbol appeared above the head of the figure in front of him. It was the symbol of devouring. These 3 people were his targets to kill. Finally, another random mission. But why is it a chain random mission? What's the reward? Yi Xian was very puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered a chain random mission. However, he estimated that the reward for completing this chain random mission would definitely be much better than a normal random mission. Maybe there will be a few devour points. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Young master, what's wrong? Luo asked. It's nothing. Luo, let's go over there and kill those 3. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. His entire body suddenly surged with endless killing intent. Sure. Luo's eyes lit up. She also wanted to have a good fight. However, the person in the lead was actually a 3rd grade spirit disaster, which was a little thorny. Fortunately, the three of them were moving separately, so they had a chance. Let them collect the universe rings first. When the time comes, we will join hands and quickly kill the same person. We are all 8th level true energy disasters, so we won't attract their attention. Yi Xian whispered. Okay. Luo Luo nodded. She only needed to follow Yi Xian. Their cultivation had become an advantage. The weakest among the three of them was a 2nd grade spirit disaster. Even a 9th grade true energy disaster was just an ant in their eyes. Yi Xian also knew that the three of them should be from the Corpse King Palace. Using this giant corpse to smash the city would save them a lot of trouble. Even if it was a 2nd grade spirit disaster expert, they would probably be smashed into pieces by this massive corpse. After all, there was an array under the Nether City that prevented them from burrowing through the ground. Yi Xian watched from outside the ruins as the three of them split up to collect the spoils of war. At the same time, there were quite a few people who survived due to the angle of the giant corpse. They immediately rushed out of the city to escape this dangerous place. Of course, there were also people who took the opportunity to steal and escape. Humph, you dare to touch my things. You're courting death. Suddenly, a roar resounded from the Nether ruins. Some of the people who were collecting the universe rings were killed by the tall man. At the same time, 100 rocks appeared on the back of the Kuan-Ping whale. However, these rocks were also corpses. When they landed, they hooked their claws and caught the Kuan-Ping whale. Just now, the three of them were only collecting the universe rings of the people who were killed by the shockwave. There were even more spoils of war under the Kuan-Ping whale. Damn it, if all the spoils of war were given to me, I might be able to break through to spirit disaster. Yi Xian gulped down his saliva. However, for the sake of the chain mission, he could only endure it for the time being. Young master, when are we going to take action? Luo Luo, who was following behind Yi Xian, asked softly. At the same time, her hands were not idle as she constantly used her whip to collect the universe rings of the corpses. There's no hurry. Let's wait for them to split up a little. Yi Xian said solemnly. This time, they had to be fully prepared and quickly kill one of them. Otherwise, they would be in danger if the three of them met. Time slowly passed. Nether City wasn't big and there weren't many residents living in it. Yi Xian relied on his eyes of perception to hide. A few minutes later, he saw that the three of them were a little far apart from each other. Even if the sneak attack didn't succeed, their companions would need 5 seconds to arrive. The time was finally here. Luo Luo, prepare to take action. We must kill them in one strike. Yi Xian took out the heaven-shaking sword. At this moment, the two of them had already made their preparations and quickly approached the tall man who was alone. The tall man was at 2nd grade spirit disaster and was several times stronger than the Valley Master. However, Yi Xian's current cultivation wasn't weak. With his trump cards and Luo Luo, it wasn't a problem for him to kill one of them. Soon, he approached the tall man. Humph. You want to take advantage of the situation? How dare you touch my things? You're courting death. The tall man suddenly took out a bone sword and fiercely slashed at Yi Xian. Xiao! The sword pierced through the air, but to his surprise, Yi Xian suddenly increased his speed and dodged the sword. Eye of Glory! Myriad swords return to origin. Fierce ghosts break tears. Fierce ghosts break tears. Yi Xian directly used his trump card. After all, his mission was to kill the 3 murderers who destroyed Nether City, not one person. In an instant, hundreds of heaven-shaking swords and more than 200 fierce ghosts rushed towards the tall man. When the tall man saw these attacks, his body trembled slightly and he growled, "Humph, 8th grade true energy disaster. You overestimated yourself and came to court death." Chapter 1025. Gotcha. Gotcha! Gotcha! Although the Sky Quake sword was only a Grade 2 supreme spiritual treasure, its strength was sufficient. The attacks only managed to cut down 30 Sky Quake swords. At the same time, Luoluo also used the 100-layer Demon Fox doppelganger. In an instant, over 100 doppelgangers appeared. Then, with a swing of her whip, she hooked it around the tall man. 100-layer shackles. Luoluo raised her eyebrows. The 20 doppelgangers threw out the whip in their hands. In the next instant, the whip was like a long snake, tying the tall man up. The whip in Luoluo's hand firmly locked the tall man's waist, preventing him from escaping. How is this possible? I can't move. The tall man widened his eyes in disbelief. A second-grade spirit disaster expert was actually unable to move by a mere 8th-grade true energy disaster. He must be dreaming. At this moment, Yi Xian's attack finally arrived. Myriad sword return. Ferocious ghost break. The three groups instantly surrounded the tall man, leaving no gaps. The shrill cries of the tall man attracted the attention of the other two. Third brother. The bald man and the small-eyed man turned their heads to look and immediately rushed over. However, it was too late. The two groups of ferocious ghosts dissipated. The tall man's flesh and blood were all eaten. A rain of flesh and blood fell from the sky. Only his head was left. Young master, catch! While the tall man was being eaten, Luoluo used her whip to throw the bag of universe rings to Yi Xian. Yi Xian caught the bag and immediately grabbed a handful of universe rings. He quickly devoured them, causing his cultivation to surge. The bag of universe rings also included the tall man's own. However, there wasn't anything that Yi Xian needed. It also wasn't enough for him to break through to the 9th-grade true energy disaster. It's enough to kill the two of you. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The tall man was controlling the Great Ping Iron corpses, so he didn't have any battle corpses to help him. However, his fall caused the Great Ping Iron corpses to lose control. Bang! The tall man controlled all the Ping corpses to fall, and a corner of the Ping whale's corpse fell on the ruins of Nether City. The other two looked gloomy. They moved the corpse of the Kuan Ping whale away and collected the Qian Kuan rings. Once they summoned their battle corpses, they wouldn't be able to control them. If the rock iron corpse above them lost control, the entire Kuan Ping giant whale iron corpse would come crashing down. Then, the two of them would be doomed. Facing these two aggressive experts, Yi Xian asked in a low voice, Luoluo, can you still use that move? I can't. Once a day. Luoluo shook her head. She knew which move Yi Xian was referring to. It was the 100-layer shackles that trapped the tall youth. This move could only be used in conjunction with the 100-layer fox avatar. It could only be used once a day. Since that's the case, I'll block the 3rd-grade spirit disaster. You quickly kill the other person. Yi Xian immediately said. Yes, young master, you must be careful. Luoluo nodded. She and Yi Xian were both at the 8th-grade true energy disaster. However, Yi Xian's opponent was at the 3rd-grade true energy disaster, which was 3 realms higher than Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian was in more danger than her. However, Yi Xian had many tricks up his sleeve. If he cooperated with Luoluo, killing the other person was just a matter of time. Summon Golden War God. Yi Xian knew that he couldn't hold back this time, so he used his trump card once again. Immediately after, he and his avatar crazily swung their swords at the newcomer. Fierce Ghost Twist Tears Break. Fierce Ghost Twist Tears Break. Fierce Ghost Twist Tears Break. Every sword was a Fierce Ghost Twist Tears Break that could only be used by ghost embryos. Right now, Yi Xian's space was filled with countless ghost embryos. In the blink of an eye, thousands of ghost embryos pounced over. Wei Jintian, golden armored battle god, go and help Luoluo. Yi Xian ordered. Immediately after, the Sky Quake sword and golden armored battle god chased after Luoluo. Right now, Yi Xian was only left with his avatar and his avatar. However, he wasn't alone. Iron Corpse, come out. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. These two iron corpses were from the universe ring of the tall man, and they were both at first-grade spirit disaster. Not only that, there were also two ghost embryos beside the avatar. These were the spoils of war of the tall man. Hold him back. Yi Xian furiously roared. In an instant, the two iron corpses and two ghost embryos followed behind the thousands of ghost embryos and pounced towards the third-grade spirit disaster expert. What a troublesome brat. The bald man's eyebrows twitched. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Yi Xian was only at 8th grade true energy disaster, but he was actually able to control two iron corpses and two ghost embryos at 1st grade spirit disaster at the same time. However, what he didn't know was that Yi Xian's avatar and original body each held a Ghost King Pearl, which could strengthen their control. At this moment, the 3rd grade spirit disaster expert had already come into contact with the thousands of ghost embryos. Scatter. The 3rd grade spirit disaster expert raised the large blade in his hand and fiercely slashed down. Whoosh, whoosh. A huge sword ray pierced through the air and cleaved the thousands of ghost embryos into two. Immediately after, he swiftly passed through, not wanting to tangle with the ghost embryos. Good fellow, you're indeed capable. Again. Yi Xian's avatar and original body attacked once again, continuously using the ghost embryos to seal the ghost embryos into the white bone swords in their hands. In the blink of an eye, thousands of ghost embryos appeared. Although these ghost embryos weren't affected by the Eye of Radiance and turned golden, they were formed from Yi Xian's true qi. Therefore, their essence was still stronger. This time, Yi Xian did not let the ghost embryos attack, but surrounded him. His aura was directly covered by the ghost embryos. Brat, do you think that I won't be able to find you if you hide in there? The 3rd grade spirit disaster expert's blade slashed down once again, splitting the group of ghost embryos into two. However, he did not find Yi Xian's figure. On the contrary, the number of ghost embryos increased. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Yi Xian's avatar and original body were constantly exhausting the ghost embryos, using their true qi to condense the ghost embryos. Although the consumption of the ghost embryos was huge, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so he was able to balance the consumption. The 3rd grade spirit disaster expert knew that he couldn't let Yi Xian continue like this, so he started to attack crazily. His attack could scatter the ghost embryos, and the speed of destroying the ghost embryos was about the same as Yi Xian's condensing speed. However, he had forgotten that Yi Xian's main goal was to delay him. On the other side, Luoluo had already come into contact with the small-eyed man. 100-layer Demon Fox Avatar. Chapter 1026. The 100-layer shackles could only be used once a day, but the 100-layer fox clone had no cooldown restriction. However, although the 100-layer fox clone could create hundreds of clones, there were only 20 of them. The rest were just illusions. At the same time, the 20 of them only had half of Luoluo's combat power. The small-eyed man looked at the Luoluo and his eyes widened. He couldn't figure out which one was the real Luoluo. Little girl, if I find your real Luoluo, I will strip you naked, the small-eyed man shouted as he blocked Luoluo's whip attack, the Sky Quake sword and the golden armored battle god's attack. How dare you scold me? I will fight you. Luoluo was provoked. In an instant, her hair turned golden. Found it. The small-eyed man's eyes lit up. He didn't expect his provocation to succeed. He quickly raised his hand to attack. But in the next moment, he knew that he had fallen into a trap. Just as he was about to attack, an aura behind him suddenly surged. He turned around and saw a giant golden sword smashing down. Whoosh whoosh. The giant golden sword brushed past his body, frightening him. The Overlord's limitless sword didn't rely on slashing. It relied on vibration. Bang! Suddenly, a strong impact fell. The small-eyed man trembled and fell from the sky. Good chance. After transforming, Luoluo's eyes lit up. She raised her left hand slightly. In the next moment, a red flame appeared. 7-colored demonic fire. The red flame was smashed by Luoluo towards the small-eyed man. Then, an orange flame, a yellow flame, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. These 7 flames were all thrown into the small-eyed man's body by Luoluo. When the last purple flame entered the small-eyed man's body, the small-eyed man emitted a 7-colored light. Shortly after, his entire body exploded with a loud bang. Boom! Flesh and blood splattered. His entire body was blown to pieces. Although the enemy was dead, Luoluo finally realized that she had done something stupid. Oh no, the interspatial ring. Luoluo's face was pale. She forgot that her opponent had a large number of interspatial rings. That move just now had destroyed all of them. Woo-woo, young master will definitely blame me. Luoluo cried as she returned to her original state. However, in the next moment, she remembered that Yi Xian was still in deep trouble, so she immediately rushed over. Second brother. When the third-grade spirit disaster bald man saw that his second brother had died, his eyes turned red as he roared, "I want all of you to die." Now, the giant rocks that were dragging the Kuan-Ping whale were all out of control. The giant corpses fell down fiercely. However, the corpses had already been moved away, so they posed no threat to the 3 of them. Luoluo, the universe ring. Yi Xian hurriedly shouted when he saw Luoluo flying towards him. Woo-woo, young master, I was wrong. I blew up all the universe rings. Luoluo answered with shame. All destroyed. When Yi Xian heard this news, his heart trembled. This was too tragic. He had been waiting for the universe rings to break through, but now, all of them had been destroyed by Luoluo. Forget it, let's kill him together. Yi Xian did not blame Luoluo as he yelled. Although they couldn't break through, the other party couldn't do anything to him when he was alone. Now that Luoluo, the golden armored battle god, and Wei Xintian were here, their chances of winning were pretty high. Go! At this moment, Yi Xian controlled the thousands of ghosts to charge towards the bald man. As long as he killed the bald man, the first round of the random mission would be considered complete. However, things weren't that simple. This third-grade spirit disaster bald man gave up on controlling the Great Ping iron corpses and took out 2 iron corpses from his universe ring. The 2 iron corpses were both second-grade spirit disasters. Fuck. Yi Xian was already drunk. After killing 2 second-grade spirit disasters, there were still 2 more iron corpses. How were they going to fight? Luoluo, give up. Let's go. Yi Xian roared in his mind as he kept Luoluo into the physical space. Just when he was about to leave, he sensed several powerful auras approaching them. People from the 100 Ghost sect. Yi Xian's brows twitched. However, he did not hesitate as he broke through the void and entered the physical space. Rustle. In the blink of an eye, they appeared at the location outside of the Nether City. Boo-hoo-hoo, it's all my fault. Luoluo blamed herself in the physical space. Don't be anxious. There's still a chance. Yi Xian immediately comforted her. Using the Eye of Revelation, he could see the 100 Ghost Sects group heading towards the third-grade spirit disaster bald man. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This was Yi Xian's current plan. As long as the third grade spirit disaster bald man was powerful enough, he could vent his anger on the 100 Ghost sex group and cause both sides to suffer. Then, Yi Xian might be able to complete the random mission. Breaking through spirit disaster was an all-round increase. Therefore, Yi Xian could only fight against second-grade spirit disaster. Third-grade spirit disaster was a little too much for him. Of course, if he could have used the divine ability Dragon Capturing Hand just now, the victory would have been his. It's a pity that Luo was too careless. Otherwise, this matter would be much simpler. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. As long as he obtained those universe rings, he should be able to break through to the 9th grade true energy disaster. At that time, he would be able to fight with the bald man. But since it had already come to this, it was useless to lament. At this moment, Yi Xian brought Luo and approached the bald man once again. Bastard, you dare to destroy the Nether City. You're courting death. Scram. Otherwise, all of you will die. The 100 Ghost sex experts and the bald man started to curse. At this moment, the bald man was extremely agitated because his 2 sworn brothers were dead. Most importantly, he did not know how Yi Xian escaped. Therefore, he could only vent his anger on the 100 Ghost sex group. Form the 100 Ghost Array. Although the leader of the 100 Ghost sex group was only at 2nd grade spirit disaster, there were 2 cultivators of the same level behind him. Furthermore, there were also 10-odd cultivators of the 1st grade spirit disaster, which was enough to contend against the bald man. After receiving the order, the experts of the 100 Ghost sect suddenly scattered. In the next moment, a violent gale blew. When Yi Xian left, his thousands of ghosts had also disappeared. But now, a large number of ghosts had appeared. The strength of a ghost spirit was much stronger than that of a ferocious ghost. The 3 2nd-grade spirit disasters of the 100 Ghost sect could control a ghost of the same level. Therefore, there were 6 2nd-grade spirit disasters of the same level. In addition to the 100 Ghost sect's 100 Ghost Array, the bald man actually had the intention to retreat. However, he also had 2 2nd-grade spirit disaster iron corpses by his side. These 2 iron corpses gave him more confidence. Chapter 10:27. Kill. In the end, the 2 sides still fought. I hope you don't die. Otherwise, I won't be able to complete my chain of random missions. Yi Xian muttered in his heart as he looked at the battlefield before him. Luo remained silent by the side. Her face was scrunched up as she was still feeling guilty. It had to be said that the leader of the 3 was very strong. Adding the 2 battle corpses that he refined, he was actually able to fight to a draw with so many people from the 100 Ghost sect. However, he was only one person. The battle lasted for 10-odd seconds. In those 10-odd seconds, the bald man managed to kill a few 1st-grade spirit disaster experts, but he was also heavily injured from the encirclement. 100 Ghost sect, I will definitely take revenge for this. Just you wait. The bald man roared as he turned around and ran. Chase. The eyes of the leader of the 100 Ghost sect lit up as he immediately gave chase. What a joke. They had already heavily injured the bald man, so how could they let him leave? The bald man's face was gloomy. Helpless, he could only give up on the 2 battle corpses of 2nd-grade spirit disaster. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was hiding outside, also flashed. Now that the bald man was heavily injured and his strength was greatly reduced, it was the best opportunity for him to kill the bald man. Of course, he would have to wait until the bald man escaped from the 100 Ghost sect. However, Yi Xian's hatred was too high in the bald man's eyes. If he appeared, he would definitely suffer the bald man's counterattack. Thus, he couldn't get too close. Fortunately, there was a mark on this random mission, and it was much further away than the eye of perception. The bald man fled while the 100 Ghosts sect gave chase, while Yi Xian quietly followed from the side. In truth, he could use this opportunity to kill his way back to the ruins of Nether City and collect the universe rings. However, he didn't know when the devouring mark on the bald man's head would disappear, so he could only follow. At this moment, the bald man gave up on the 2 iron corpses to stop the 100 Ghosts sect and took out a great rock iron corpse. This great rock iron corpse was at first grade spirit disaster, and its flying speed was much faster than his current speed. Not good. The faces of the experts from the 100 Ghosts sect changed. Forget it, stop. The leader of the 100 Ghosts sect knew he could not catch up, so he could only choose to give up. Then, they directly returned to Nether City. As for Yi Xian, he was still chasing after the bald man. The first grade spirit disaster rock's flying speed was extremely fast, but Yi Xian's running speed wasn't slow either. After all, it had a 90% increase in movement speed. To be safe, Yi Xian did not call out to him immediately. After all, they were still too close to Nether City. He had to put some distance between them. Young master, he is now at the end of his power. He is dead for sure. Luoluo's voice suddenly rang in Yi Xian's mind. Previously, the bald man wasn't injured and there were still 2 second-grade spirit disaster iron corpses around, so Yi Xian was forced to flee. But right now, the 2 second-grade spirit disaster iron corpses were used by the bald man to obstruct the 100 Ghosts sect. Most importantly, this bald man was seriously injured, and his strength was probably less than 70%. Since the bald man was heavily injured, it was only natural that he had to find a place to treat his injuries. However, just as he was about to leave Nether City, a voice suddenly rang out. Don't you want to take revenge? Suddenly, a roar entered his ears. Sitting on the iron rock's back, the bald man knitted his brows and abruptly turned his head. He saw Yi Xian chasing after him. It's you. The bald man immediately glared at Yi Xian. At the same time, he looked around and realized that there was only Yi Xian. Even if he was alone, there was only one Yi Xian. He was an expert at 3rd grade spirit disaster, so even if he was heavily injured, it wasn't something that an 8th grade true energy disaster expert could deal with. That's right, it's me. Yi Xian replied with the heaven-shaking sword in his hand. I'll kill you and take revenge for my brothers. The bald man did not say anything else as he leaped down from the iron rock's back. At the same time, Yi Xian also made his move. Ferocious Ghost Break. Insignificant skill, die. The bald man raised his large blade and fiercely chopped down. The blade light once again broke through the group of ferocious ghosts. However, Yi Xian easily dodged and split into 2. Ferocious Ghost Break. Ferocious Ghost Break. Another 200 ferocious ghosts pounced over. The bald man still did not understand how Yi Xian could split into 2. However, he did not think too much about it and continued to make his move. But at this moment, 100-layer demon fox clone. Suddenly, an aura attracted the bald man's attention. When he turned his head, he realized that there was an additional figure near him. No, there were over 100 of them. These 100 figures were all holding retractable whips in their hands. When he turned his head, they whipped towards him. Within a certain distance, Yi Xian could hide Luoluo in the artifact space. At the same time, he could also release Luoluo. Of course, the distance of release was much closer than the distance of storage. However, what made the bald man flabbergasted was that even he did not know where Luoluo had appeared from. Facing the endless whips, the bald man's eyes flickered. Suddenly, 2 iron corpses appeared beside him. However, they were only first-grade spirit disaster iron corpses. However, the moment these 2 iron corpses appeared, they were pounced on by the group of ferocious ghosts. Although the iron corpses had decent defense, they were unable to block the attacks of so many ferocious ghosts. In an instant, they were torn apart and devoured. "Brat, I'll kill you." The bald man ignored Luoluo's whips and fiercely chopped towards Yi Xian. The group of ferocious ghosts was instantly split into two. Even Yi Xian was chopped in half. However, it was just an afterimage of Yi Xian. At this moment, Luoluo's whips had also lashed onto the bald man and immediately bound him. Star Snatcher. Luoluo's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, the bald man's true chi and stamina were absorbed by the whips. What? The bald man was shocked. Previously, he thought that Luoluo's attack wasn't strong, so he did not pay much attention to it. However, he never expected that it would have the ability to absorb his true chi and stamina. It was fine if it was just his true chi, but his stamina was actually being absorbed. This wasn't a good sign. He was already injured, and now that his stamina was being absorbed, his mobility would be greatly reduced. "Luoluo, well done." Yi Xian praised in his heart as he made another move. Another 200 ferocious ghosts pounced over. This move of the ferocious ghosts was pretty good, but due to Yi Xian's low cultivation and the fact that he did not use the Eye of Glory, the ferocious ghosts were easily dispersed by the bald man. Break. The bald man's true chi and stamina were constantly being absorbed as his face turned gloomy. However, the whip in Luoluo's hand was an upper-grade supreme spiritual artifact. In other words, it was a third-grade supreme spiritual artifact, so it wasn't that easy to break. Have a taste of this move, Rainbow Demonic Flame. Chapter 1028. Found it, the real body. The bald man's eyes widened as he hurriedly slashed with his sword. Oh no! Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. However, he reacted in the next moment and hurriedly joined forces with his doppelgangers to attack. Thunderfire Sword Technique, Thunderfire Combined Attack. At the same time, the bald man's sword gleam had already split Luoluo in half. Whoosh! The Luoluo formed from true chi was instantly destroyed. It turned out that it was just a doppelganger. What? The bald man was shocked. He thought that was Luoluo's real body. He didn't expect it to be a smokescreen. Hee, you're finished. Luoluo suddenly giggled. In the next moment, the vital energy and physical strength that had been absorbed from the bald man's body suddenly poured back into the bald man's body. Pfft! The bald man's inner breath suddenly became chaotic. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His injuries were even more serious. However, there was an even more powerful move coming at him. Break! The bald man raised his broadsword high above his head again and slashed down. The sword gleam instantly rushed forward and collided with Yi Xian's Thunderfire Combined Attack. Rumble! A powerful shockwave swept out. No one had the upper hand in this attack. However, Yi Xian didn't only have one attack. He had three. Disintegration Eye. BZZT. Two disintegration rays landed on the bald man's chest and head, hitting two vital points. What? The bald man looked down and found that his chest was quickly turning into ashes. He even saw his beating heart. However, the most fatal one was the disintegration ray that landed on his head. His brain disintegrated into ashes. The bald man's eyes turned white and he died tragically on the spot. Phew, you're finally dead. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he was a little anxious. His eye power hadn't recovered much, but he was afraid that there would be more variables later on. Therefore, he killed the bald man first. If his eye power had recovered enough to use the Eye of Glory, the bald man would have died long ago. At that moment, Luoluo waved her long whip and threw all the interspatial rings on the bald man to Yi Xian. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at 9th grade True Energy Disaster. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian had finally broken through to 9th grade True Energy Disaster. He was only a step away from Spirit Disaster. Breaking through to Spirit Disaster was an all-round improvement. His physique, qi, and mental energy would all experience a qualitative leap. As long as he breaks through to Spirit Disaster, his eyes of illusion and other mental attacks would also be greatly improved. This was also the reason why Yi Xian didn't use mental attacks on Spirit Disaster experts. Ding! The host has completed the first round. The system notification sounded. Is. Yi Xian raised his brows. He waited for a while, checking his loot while waiting for the second round of the random mission. However, the random mission did not appear for a long time. Yi Xian didn't understand the situation, but he felt that he should find a place to rest first. He immediately prepared to leave with Luo Luo. But at that moment. Ding! The second round of the random mission has begun. The host can choose the mission route. First, kill the pursuer. Second, escape the pursuit. Time limit is 1 day. If the mission fails, 1 devour point will be deducted. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Kill the pursuer. Where is the pursuer? Furthermore, if the mission fails, the devour point will be deducted. Isn't this a scam? F***ck, it wasn't easy for me to gather 2 devour points. If the mission fails, it will be deducted. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. At the same time, he understood that if he didn't have devour points and failed the mission, his devour points would become negative. He would have to make up for it in the future. Originally, he wanted to gather 3 devour points to evolve Luo Luo or Wei Zhentian. He didn't expect that Luo Luo would mutate. After mutating, Luo Luo would need too many devour points to evolve again. Yi Xian didn't dare to think about it. Wei Zhentian only needed 3 devour points to evolve this time. Hence, Yi Xian decided to evolve Wei Zhentian after gathering 3 devour points. From the looks of it, there might be some unforeseen circumstances. Whatever, as long as I complete the mission, the devour points won't be deducted. Yi Xian didn't want to think too much. However, he didn't know who the pursuer was. It wasn't wise for him to accept the mission rashly. However, in the next moment, he felt a strong aura. It was at least 3rd grade Spirit Disaster. He immediately turned his head to take a look, and soon, a figure entered his sight. Combining the eye of revelation and eye of perception, he felt that the figure was familiar. Ding! The pursuer has appeared. The system notification sounded again. At the same time, the devour mark appeared on the figure's head. The pursuer had finally arrived. The pursuer was wearing a metal mask. It was the Ghost Corpse Daoist's Ghost Corpse. Yi Xian had already erased the Ghost Corpse Daoist's mark. This time, the Ghost Corpse was able to find him because of the commotion just now. Wait, this Ghost Corpse seems a little familiar. Suddenly, Yi Xian paused. In the next moment, his eyes widened. This Ghost Corpse seemed to be Feng Wuqian. Damn, it's Feng Wuqian. How am I supposed to kill him? Yi Xian was shocked. Young master, someone's coming. At this moment, the Ghost Corpse was so close that even Luo Luo noticed it. As soon as Luo Luo finished speaking, a system notification sounded out in Yi Xian's mind once again. Ding, please accept the mission as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be considered as giving up the mission. Countdown of 3 seconds, 3, 2. Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly said in his mind, accept the second mission. Ding. Mission accepted successfully. Time limit, 1 day. What a joke, this was Feng Wuqian. Yi Xian couldn't do it. Furthermore, Feng Wuchen was already at third-grade spirit disaster. He was a ghost corpse that the ghost corpse Daoist had meticulously refined. His combat power was above the bald man that Yi Xian had just killed. Most importantly, Yi Xian didn't have a single trump card now. Combining these 2 points, Yi Xian had to leave. He's Feng Wuchen. Let's go. Yi Xian looked at the rapidly approaching Feng Wuchen and hurriedly broke through the void. Then, he pulled Luo Luo and entered. Whoosh! The void door closed. 3 seconds later, Feng Wuchen charged over, but he was already gone. He was 1 step too late. At this moment, Yi Xian had already passed through the void door and arrived at the entrance of the land of the dead. Young master, that person just now was Brother Wuchen. Luo Luo asked in astonishment. Yes, he has already become the ghost corpse Daoist's fighter. He's coming to kill me. Chapter 1029. Can you save him? Luo Luo asked again. I don't have a solution at the moment, but I might be able to if I can find the corpse man. Yi Xian shook his head. The corpse man was the one who turned Feng Wuchen into this state, so there might be a way to restore Feng Wuchen to his original state. If it wasn't possible, he just needed to recover his memory. Ghost corpses were different from battle corpses. They were still alive, so the ghost fetus in their bodies didn't matter. Now that he had accepted the mission to escape, he just needed to hide for a day and the mission would be considered complete. He didn't have the corpse ghost mark in his body, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to find a deserted place to hide. Luo Luo, let's find a place to rest first. The 2 of them found a place to hide in the land of the dead. The essence energy in the land of the dead was much more abundant than in the Thousand Flower Valley. Luo Luo could absorb the essence energy here at any time to improve her cultivation. Luo Luo was already close to breaking through, and now that she had obtained so many high-level treasures, she would probably be able to break through by the time Yi Xian finished the random mission. Yi Xian and Luo Luo hid in a valley. It was desolate and barren, so they stayed there for a day. A day later. Ding! 10,000 swords return to origin is off cooldown. Ding! Overlord's infinite sword is off cooldown. Ding! Summon Golden War God is off cooldown. The 3 trump cards were off cooldown. After a while, Yi Xian heard a system notification sound. Ding! Host has completed the 2nd round of the random mission. Finally, the 2nd round of the random mission was over. Next was the 3rd round of the random mission. Ding! The 3rd round of the random mission has started. Kill the corpse man. Time limit is 1 month. Once the mission is completed, Wei Jintian will advance once and sign a growth contract with the host. If the mission is failed, 3 devour points will be deducted. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He had finally reached the stage where he could kill the corpse man. However, it would be difficult to find the corpse man within a month, because he had no clue at all. Let's not think about this first. The final reward of this chain random mission is to let Wei Jintian advance once and sign a growth contract with him. Yi Xian didn't understand what a growth contract was, so he checked it immediately. Then, he was also shocked. As long as he completed the mission this time, Wei Jintian's cultivation level would increase correspondingly as long as he devoured ores and weapons in the future. On the other hand, Wei Jintian's cultivation level would also increase as long as he devoured these ores and weapons. Some of the ores that Yi Xian had obtained previously had to be given to Wei Jintian. As long as he completed this mission, he would not need to use them in the future. Good, this reward is not bad. Yi Xian was a little excited. Among the rewards, the one that made him the most excited was Wei Jintian's evolution. That would save him 3 devour points. After advancing, the heaven-shocking sword's amplification and strength would increase, and the 10,000 swords returned to origin might also increase to the 1,000 swords level. Right now, Wei Zhentian was only at 100 swords and it was already a little insufficient as it could be easily destroyed. If he could raise it to 1,000 swords, then it would be really awesome. I can only kill the corpse man in 1 month, Yi Xian muttered. Just as he was about to go out and search for clues about the corpse man, the system gave him another notification. Ding! Luo Luo broke through. After a day of refining, Luo Luo finally broke through to the 9th level of True Energy Disaster, the same level as Yi Xian. Luo Luo, how many days do you think you will need to break through to Spirit Disaster? Yi Xian turned his head and asked. If I absorb Yuan Qi normally, I will need 15 days. If I refine heavenly treasures, it will be even faster. Luo Luo replied. With her physique, she could absorb Yuan Qi at any time. It was like a 24/7 hack. It was too amazing. Although Yi Xian was envious, he did not rely on cultivation to level up, but on devour points. Furthermore, Luo Luo was his treasure. The stronger Luo Luo's physique was, the happier he would be. Good, now we will go out and search for clues about the corpse man. Yi Xian stood up and said. Where are we going to find him? Luo Luo blinked and asked. The 100 Ghosts Sect. Yi Xian replied directly. He still remembered that when he first entered the land of the dead, he met 6 9th level True Energy Disaster youths. When the 6 of them saw Yi Xian talking to the corpse man, they were prepared to capture him and send him back to the sect for interrogation. These 6 people were the disciples of the 100 Ghosts Sect. Immediately, Yi Xian brought Luo Luo and rushed to the 100 Ghosts Sect. Nether City was in the territory of the 100 Ghosts Sect. However, it was razed to the ground by the corpse of the Kuan Ping whale yesterday. Yi Xian broke through the void and returned to the outside of Nether City. At this time, the corpse of the Kuan Ping whale that destroyed Nether City disappeared. The corpse was too big. No one's interspatial ring could contain it. Moreover, the 100 Ghosts Sect controlled ghosts, not corpses. They did not have the ability to pick up the corpse of the Kuan Ping whale, so they could only dissect it. Yi Xian glanced into the distance and immediately headed for the 100 Ghosts Sect. The 100 Ghosts Sect was near Nether City. With Yi Xian's realm, it only took him half a day to get there. After half a day, Yi Xian arrived at the 100 Ghosts Sect. Young master, are we going to kill our way in? Luo Luo asked. Yi Xian paused for a moment, then said, This 100 Ghosts Sect has an expert at the 4th level of Spirit Disaster. I haven't broken through to Spirit Disaster yet, so if I were to be surrounded and attacked by the entire sect, it would be extremely dangerous. Young master, are you going to get some equipment again? Luo Luo remembered Yi Xian's ability to exchange for treasures. Yes, I'll exchange for some things first. Who knows? I might be able to break through to Spirit Disaster. Yi Xian nodded and immediately approached. Who is it? When Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the 100 Ghost Sect, he was stopped by 2 guarding disciples. These 2 guarding disciples were both Spirit Disaster experts. Both of you, I am following my master's orders and am here to make a deal with your sect. Yi Xian said. A deal? What kind of deal? One of the guarding disciples asked in surprise. Yi Xian did not waste time and directly took out the Ghost King Pearl, Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner, and White Bone sword. He said, These were all refined by my master. You will definitely be interested. Then, he began to introduce them. After hearing this, the 2 guarding disciples' eyes lit up. I see. Come with me. I'll bring you to see the elder of the refining hole. One of the guarding disciples led Yi Xian into the mountain. Although the 100 Ghost Sect was not strong in the land of the dead, it was still very profitable for Yi Xian. Yi Xian estimated that the 100 Ghost Sect would want at least 100 sets of equipment. According to the previous price, it would be more than 1 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. Chapter 1030. 30,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills for one set. That was the price in Yi Xian's mind. As long as there were 100 sets, it would be 3 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. 200 sets would be 6 million, and 300 sets would be 9 million. When that time came, would Yi Xian still have to worry about not breaking through to spirit disaster? As long as he broke through to spirit disaster, would there be anyone in the 100 Ghosts sect who could stop him? Of course, Yi Xian felt that it was better not to do something so immoral. Taking someone else's money and beating them up was too much. Under the lead of the guarding disciple, Yi Xian found the elder of the 100 Ghost sect's weapon forging hall. "Elder Yu!" The guarding disciple shouted from outside the door. "What are you doing? I'm at a critical moment now. If there's nothing important, get lost." A furious voice came from inside. When the disciple heard it, he was so frightened that he shuddered and said, "Elder Yu, there's someone who wants something. I'm sure you'll be interested." Creak. At that moment, the door of the courtyard suddenly opened, and a white-haired old man walked out. "If the thing doesn't catch my eye, you're dead meat," the white-haired old man said to the disciple, then his gaze fell on Yi Xian. At that moment, he frowned. What good thing could a 9th-grade true energy disaster brat have? "Brat, if you can't take out something good, I'll twist your head off," Elder Yu shouted. Yi Xian did not waste any time and took out 3 sets. The Ghost King Pearl, the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner, and the White Bone Sword. When these 3 items entered Elder Yu's eyes, his eyes lit up. Elder Yu was the elder of the 100 Ghost sect's weapon forging hall, and he could forge 3rd-rank sovereign spiritual treasures and various other treasures. However, he had never seen the 3 items that Yi Xian took out. He quickly stepped forward and snatched the 3 items from Yi Xian, then carefully examined them. Yi Xian quickly explained the functions and characteristics of the 3 items. "Who refined this?" Elder Yu inquired. "My master," Yi Xian casually replied. "Then who's your master?" Elder Yu asked again. Even he couldn't refine those items, but Yi Xian's master was actually able to refine them. That meant that Yi Xian's master was at least at 3rd-grade spirit disaster, or even higher. "My master is just a carefree wild crane. Today, he sent me here to make a deal with your esteemed sect. If the cooperation goes well, there will be even more treasures to be delivered," Yi Xian continued. "More treasures?" Hearing this, Elder Yu's eyebrows rose sharply. This meant that there were even more strange things, which could greatly increase the strength of the 100 Ghost sect. "All right, this deal is done. How much are these 3 items?" Elder Yu made a prompt decision. Ghost King Pearl, Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner, and White Bone Sword. These 3 make a set, and each set is worth 30,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills. Yi Xian directly quoted the price. The reason why he had said so much just now was to give Elder Yu the illusion that this was a long-term deal. These 3 items were just appetizers, and there would be better things to come. Only by giving Elder Yu such a false impression would he be able to demand an exorbitant price. 30,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills. Hearing this price, Elder Yu's heart trembled. "Brat, you can't be too greedy. This is the price set by my master, and I have no right to change it. If your esteemed sect thinks that it's too expensive, then I'll travel half a month to the Nether Ghost sect." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he turned around and left. "Wait!" Elder Yu immediately called out to Yi Xian. What a joke, how could he let go of a duck that was already cooked? "How many sets do you want this time?" Elder Yu asked again. 500 sets. Yi Xian stretched out his hand. 500 sets. This number gave Elder Yu and the disciple guarding the mountain a fright. A set of 30,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills, and 500 sets were equivalent to 15 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. This was a huge number. One must know that even Elder Yu himself couldn't take out 15 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. However, the 100 Ghost sect's influence was not bad, so it was acceptable. 15 million high-grade crossing disaster pills is enough to create an elite genius, but these things can greatly increase the sect's overall strength. This money must be spent. Elder Yu calculated in his heart. There were many ghost spirits in the 100 Ghost sect, and they needed to be strengthened with ghost fetuses. If all the ghost spirits were stored in the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner, they could slowly increase their strength, and this would save a lot of ghost fetuses. It seemed like a loss now, but he had to think about the future. 1 year later, 2 years later, 5 years later, 10 years later, after 10 years, how many ghost fetuses would be used to strengthen the ghost spirits? If the 15 million high-grade crossing disaster pills were compared to this, it was simply a drop in the ocean. Moreover, this was only the effect of the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner. There was also the Ghost King Pearl and the White Bone Sword. Alright, this deal is done. Elder Yu made the decision when he thought of the more treasures in the future. Great! Yi Xian grinned. Elder Yu immediately started the deal with Yi Xian. He carefully checked the quality of each set of equipment. In less than 10 minutes, all 500 sets of equipment were traded, and Yi Xian received 15 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. In fact, the reason why Elder Yu agreed to this deal was because of the master that Yi Xian mentioned. He guessed that Yi Xian's master's strength was not that simple. After all, to be able to let a 9th grade true energy disaster disciple go out to trade, this was not something that an ordinary person could have. Therefore, he guessed that the master that Yi Xian mentioned should be secretly observing. If he dared to have any thoughts of betrayal, the 100 Ghost sect would probably face a great calamity. Now I can break through to spirit disaster. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. After the reappearance of the exchange system, his way of leveling up was no longer as simple, and it was much easier. He estimated that he would need around 10 million high-grade crossing disaster pills to break through from 9th grade true energy disaster to 1st grade spirit disaster. However, it was naturally good to have more. After all, this was only his estimate. The extra 5 million high-grade crossing disaster pills could also be used to consolidate his cultivation. Elder Yu, I still have a deal here. I wonder if you're interested. After the deal was done, Yi Xian asked again. What is it? Elder Yu's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. My master needs a large amount of forging materials to forge these, so I want to buy some. Yi Xian slowly said. Forging materials. Supreme spiritual artifacts. Elder Yu raised his eyebrows and asked, how many do you need? Give me as much as you have. Yi Xian said with a solemn expression. Elder Yu's heart trembled as he carefully calculated in his heart, then said, the 100 Ghost sect's refining hall has about 10 million high-grade crossing disaster pills forging materials. Chapter 1031. Then let's exchange the rest for supreme spiritual treasures. My master can just melt the materials himself. Yi Xian replied. All right. Hearing that, Elder Yu's interest was immediately piqued. He was just worrying about where to sell supreme spiritual treasures. Furthermore, a refined supreme spiritual treasure was much more expensive than the forging materials. After another round of trading, Yi Xian obtained a large amount of forging materials and supreme spiritual treasures. Happy cooperation. Elder Yu's face was full of smiles. Even if they couldn't use up all 500 sets of equipment, they could still sell them to the surrounding forces at a high price. At this moment, Luo suddenly asked, Young master, why are you exchanging for so many supreme spiritual treasures? Haven't you completed your mission? After Luo's reminder, Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. He finally recalled that his chain of random missions had yet to be completed, and he had yet to sign a growth contract with Wei Zhentian. Then, if he devoured the ores and supreme spiritual treasures himself, Wei Zhentian wouldn't get any benefits. Damn, I forgot that the corpse Daoist hasn't been killed yet. Yi Xian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. However, words spoken were like water spilled. Since he had already completed the trade, he couldn't possibly return it on the spot, right? Forget it, I'll devour the supreme spiritual treasures. In addition to the 10 million high-grade disaster crossing pills, Wei Zhentian, Luoluo, and I can all break through to spirit disaster. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Now that he had 3 breakthroughs, other than Wei Zhentian, he also had to worry about Luoluo. However, Luoluo's physique was strong, so he only exchanged for 1 million high-grade disaster crossing pills. It was enough for Luoluo to break through to spirit disaster in a short period of time. After the trade, Elder Yu treated Yi Xian as if he was his long-lost son, and invited Yi Xian to stay in the 100 Ghosts sect to rest. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly asked, Elder Yu, I wonder if you have any news of the corpse Daoist. When Elder Yu heard the words corpse Daoist, he asked in shock, could it be that your master is also looking for the corpse Daoist? That's right. One of my senior brothers was turned into a ghost corpse by the ghost man, so my teacher is looking for him for revenge. Yi Xian nodded. I see. To tell you the truth, our 100 Ghost Sect's young sect master was also turned into a ghost corpse by the ghost corpse man a month ago. Now, he doesn't recognize anyone. Not only that, even the sect of the God of Ghosts is looking for the corpse ghost man. However, the corpse ghost man has hidden himself very well. Until now, there has not been a single clue. Elder Yu sighed. Not a single clue. Yi Xian was startled. His real purpose in coming to the 100 Ghost sect was to inquire about the corpse man. However, Elder Yu now told him that there were no clues, so how was he supposed to investigate? Yes, not a single clue. Elder Yu shook his head. Then what about your young sect leader? Yi Xian continued to ask. Before young sect master turned into a ghost corpse, he sent a letter back. Even we haven't seen him before, Elder Yu replied. All right. Yi Xian gave up. Since there were no clues, he would go investigate elsewhere. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill the corpse man within a month. However, at this moment. Rumble. A rumble suddenly came from afar, startling Yi Xian and Elder Yu. What's going on? Elder Yu was very surprised and said, how bold of them to actually dare to fight in the sect. Immediately, he rushed over. Yi Xian followed closely behind. However, when they approached the direction of the sound, they realized that it wasn't people fighting, but a group of people and a ghost spirit. 100 Ghost Sect Elders, listen up. Kill that ghost spirit. An old man shouted. He was the 100 Ghost sect leader, and beside him, there were several 100 Ghost Sect Elders. Their opponent was a middle-aged man with long hair. However, this middle-aged man was not human, but a semi-transparent ghost spirit with sharp nails. Isn't this ghost spirit the corpse that the sect leader brought back a few days ago? Could it be that the sect leader forced the ghost spirit out of the corpse, but failed to subdue it? Elder Yu muttered. At this moment, he suddenly turned to Yi Xian and said, Little brother Yi, hide further away. Don't get caught in the crossfire. After he finished speaking, he charged over. In fact, even without his reminder, Yi Xian could tell that this ghost spirit wasn't ordinary. This ghost spirit's body isn't stable. It's obvious that it just came out of the corpse. However, its aura is a little strong, even stronger than the 100 Ghost sect leader. Yi Xian licked his lips. The 100 Ghost sect leader was a 4th-grade spirit disaster expert, and the elders behind him were all 3rd-grade spirit disasters. However, this newly formed ghost spirit was most likely a 5th-grade spirit disaster expert when it was alive. However, because it had just formed its spirit body, its cultivation had regressed. However, it was enough to give these 100 ghost sect experts a hard time. "Young master, should we go?" Luo asked in his mind. "No need. We're not from the 100 ghost sect, we're only here for the item." Yi Xian shook his head. This was the 100 ghost sect's matter, so it was better for the 100 ghost sect to do it themselves. In an instant, many experts surrounded the ghost spirit. At the same time, a large number of ghost spirits appeared and pounced towards the middle-aged ghost spirit. This was the first time that Yi Xian had seen such a scene. His ferocious ghost twisting cry was a pretty good martial technique, but the ferocious ghost twisting cry wasn't worth mentioning when compared to the 100 ghost sect's ghost spirits. Tsk tisk, I'll buy some higher grade ghost spirits from Elder Yu later. This way, I can increase the power of the ferocious ghost twisting cry, Yi Xian said in his heart. The ghost spirits that he had sealed in the 100 ghost sword were all refined from true energy disaster level ghost spirits. Thus, he wanted to use some spirit disaster level ghost spirits to increase the power of the ferocious ghost twisting cry by 2 to 3 times. Huff, huff, huff. Hundreds of ghost spirits pounced towards the middle-aged ghost spirit, but they couldn't pose a threat to him. His claws could easily scatter the ghost spirits of the 100 ghost sect. So many experts, yet they couldn't do anything to him. What the hell? However, Yi Xian couldn't care less. Elder Yu was beside him earlier, so he didn't level up. Now that Elder Yu was participating in the battle, there were no experts around. Even if he broke through, it wouldn't matter. At that moment, he directly devoured the supreme spiritual treasure that was equivalent to 5 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. However, he was still far from leveling up. After all, this supreme spiritual treasure was only equivalent to 1 million raw materials. The other 4 million high-grade crossing disaster pills were the cost of forging it. Yi Xian continued to devour. When he had devoured half of the ore, the system notification finally rang. Chapter 1032. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at 1st grade spirit disaster. He finally broke through. Hearing the system notification, Yi Xian's body underwent a huge change. His physical body, true qi, and mental energy had all greatly increased. His combat strength had at least increased by 3 times. Great! With the increase in my mental energy attacks are also effective against 4th grade spirit disaster experts. Yi Xian was extremely happy. Just a moment ago, he was only at 9th level true energy disaster, and his mental attacks were only effective against experts at 2nd level spirit disaster. Now that he had broken through to spirit disaster, his mental power had increased tremendously, and his mental attacks had increased by 2 levels. Wei Zhentian, the rest is all yours. Yi Xian took out the rest of the items and poured them into Wei Zhentian's mouth. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. In the blink of an eye, Wei Zhentian had jumped 3 levels. From 9th grade true energy disaster, he had broken through to 3rd grade spirit disaster. Yi Xian felt a little unbalanced in his heart. He had only managed to break through from 9th grade true energy disaster to 1st grade spirit disaster after consuming almost all the items. On the other hand, Wei Zhentian had jumped from 9th grade true energy disaster to 3rd grade spirit disaster, which was 2 levels higher than Yi Xian. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. After all, it was too difficult for Yi Xian to break through. Now that he had broken through to spirit disaster, the experience required to level up had greatly increased. Furthermore, Wei Zhentian still had the 50% growth bonus from the Beast God bloodline. Forget it. Now that Wei Xintian has broken through to third-grade spirit disaster, and with the 50% increase in all attributes from the beast god bloodline, his combat strength should be able to catch up to mine. Thinking about this, Yi Xian calmed down. With Wei Xintian's increase in level, he would also be able to obtain quite a bit of benefits. At this moment, there were many changes happening in the battlefield. The 100 Ghost sect master and a dozen elders were actually unable to do anything to the middle-aged ghost spirit. On the contrary, the middle-aged ghost spirit's aura had actually started to increase after killing so many ghost spirits from the 100 Ghost sect. Not good. Everyone, quickly recall the ghost spirit. Seeing this, the 100 Ghost sect master anxiously shouted. When a ghost spirit killed a ghost spirit, it could absorb the spirit body. Therefore, this middle-aged ghost spirit would continue to grow stronger. In an instant, a large number of 10,000 ghost banners rose up and collected all the ghost spirits. Form the ghost sealing formation. The sect leader of the 100 Ghost sect shouted again. In an instant, the elders all retreated and took out new 10,000 ghost banners. More than a dozen 10,000 ghost banners rose into the air and connected them with true energy. In an instant, the middle-aged ghost spirit's aura was forcibly suppressed and successfully sealed in the formation. The 10,000 ghost banner was originally used to collect ghost spirits, and it also had a suppressive effect on ghost spirits. However, the people from the 100 Ghost sect had underestimated this middle-aged ghost spirit. Huff huff. The middle-aged ghost spirit trapped in the Great Spirit Sealing Formation drifted around, but it was unable to break out of the Great Spirit Sealing Formation. I want, all of you, dead, the middle-aged ghostly spirit spat out a few words. The middle-aged spirits were formed from the resentment of the dead. They had no consciousness, but they could still speak. In the next instant, the sect leader of the 100 Ghost sect and the elders saw the ghost spirit's body violently tremble for a moment before countless ghost spirits rushed out. What? 100 Ghost dash. The sect leader of the 100 Ghost sect was shocked. The 100 Ghost dash was the secret technique of the God of Ghost sect, and only ghost spirits could use it. At this moment, the sect leader of the 100 Ghost sect finally understood what kind of mistake he had made. The corpse of the expert that he had brought back was actually an expert of the God of Ghost sect. This time, he had gotten himself into big trouble. If someone from the God of Ghost sect fell, as long as the corpse was brought back to the God of Ghost sect, the experts of the God of Ghost sect would be able to condense ghost spirits and enlighten them. Enlighten was to allow the ghost spirits to recover their memories. As long as they recovered their memories, they could still be considered half a person, but they would lose their physical body. Just when the experts of the 100 Ghost sect were shocked, the Great Spirit Sealing Formation was forcefully broken and the elders all spurted out a mouthful of blood. Seal again. The sect leader of the 100 Ghost sect also spurted out a mouthful of blood as he barked again. But this time, it wouldn't be so easy. After breaking the formation, the middle-aged ghost spirit's figure swiftly flashed as he arrived beside a third-grade spirit disaster elder. Swish! A crisp sound rang out as the elder's head flew into the air. Elder Chen. The sect leader of the 100 Ghost sect roared, "Kill him!" Although the middle-aged ghost spirit was from the God of Ghost sect, no one cared about that right now. The most important thing right now was to kill this ghost spirit. Otherwise, the 100 Ghost sect would be massacred by this bloodthirsty ghost spirit. Right now, everyone had brought out their trump cards as they prepared to eliminate this middle-aged ghost spirit. However, this ghost spirit wasn't simple. In just a few breaths of time, it had killed half of the elders. Damn it! When the sect leader of the 100 Ghost sect saw this, his face had already sunk to the bottom. Even with so many elders joining hands, they couldn't do anything to this middle-aged ghost spirit. Now that half of the elders were dead, it was even more impossible. Go, everyone go! The sect leader of the 100 Ghost sect made a difficult decision. In an instant, all the elders and the disciples that were watching from afar scattered. The words of the sect leader of the 100 Ghosts sect meant that they were going to give up on the 100 Ghosts sect. Ghost spirits were extremely bloodthirsty. As long as they saw a living thing, they would not let it go. Thus, they had to lure the ghost spirit out. The sect leader of the 100 Ghosts sect was already prepared to die. However, he had overestimated his own strength. When the elders scattered, his head was pierced by the middle-aged ghost spirit in just a few breaths of time. The sect leader of the 100 Ghosts sect, an expert of the 4th grade spirit disaster realm, died. "I'll fight it out with you." A few elders that didn't care about their lives returned. However, they were only able to delay the middle-aged ghost spirit for a few seconds. Soon, all of the elders had fallen. Next, it was the disciples' turn to face them. "Young master, so many people have died. Should we go and check the corpses?" Luo asked. Checking corpses was a term used in online games. It meant to collect universe rings, which was something that Luo learned from Yi Xian. Elder Yu was killed immediately after the ghost spirit broke through the formation just now. There should be a lot of things in his universe ring. Let's go and take them. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he quickly released Luo. Taking advantage of the situation was Yi Xian's innate ability. At this moment, boom! Suddenly, a loud sound fell into Yi Xian's ears. He hurriedly turned his head and saw that a stone pillar in the square had suddenly collapsed. Then, countless ghost spirits scurried out from the ground. Did the attack accidentally release the ghost spirits that the 100 Ghosts sect was keeping? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the 100 Ghosts sect was really doomed. Chapter 1033. Attack! Yi Xian barked as he charged forward. Originally, there were thousands of disciples surrounding the 100 Ghost sect, and there were even first-grade spirit disaster elites among them. But when they saw the elders falling one after another, they were all frightened out of their wits. What a joke! Even the sect master of the 100 Ghost sect, an expert of the 4th grade spirit disaster, died at the hands of the middle-aged ghost spirit. Although they coveted the universe rings, their lives were still the most important. Thus, these people scattered and did not even dare to turn their heads back. In this way, the universe rings were all taken advantage of by Yi Xian. TSK. Who knows, he might be able to break through to 2nd grade spirit disaster this time. Yi Xian laughed as he rejoiced in Yi Xian's misfortune. He quickly summoned his clone to collect the universe rings while Luo and Wei Zhentian were in charge of covering him. However, just as Yi Xian approached, he attracted the attention of the middle-aged ghost spirit. Huff, huff. The middle-aged ghost spirit immediately charged towards Yi Xian. You actually dare to provoke me? You must be tired of living. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice as his original body wielded the white bone sword and charged forward. The other ghost spirits were still fine as the strongest was only at 1st grade spirit disaster. Thus, as long as he dealt with this ghost spirit boss, all the universe rings would be his. Yi Xian had just broken through and wanted to find an opponent to train with. This ghost spirit boss was a good opponent. Fierce ghost twisting tears. At this moment, Yi Xian launched an attack towards the middle-aged ghost spirit. However, he forgot one thing. Hundreds of fierce ghosts pounced over, but what surprised him was that all of them were absorbed by the middle-aged ghost spirit. Yi Xian's senses were extremely strong. He could feel that the middle-aged ghost spirit's aura had increased a little after absorbing his fierce ghost-twisting tears. Fuck, this is illogical. Fierce ghost-twisting tears is clearly formed from my true chi. Yi Xian was shocked. However, he had witnessed the strength of the middle-aged ghost spirit with his own eyes. Looks like it won't be that easy to deal with you. Come, Eye of Glory. Yi Xian's pupils and hair turned a dazzling gold after the two golden rays shot out from his eyes. Scion transformation. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian and the middle-aged ghostly spirit began to fight. This middle-aged ghost was very strong. If Yi Xian didn't use Eye of Glory, he wouldn't be able to defeat it. However, after using the Eye of Glory, Yi Xian's true energy had turned golden. Furthermore, it had increased the damage dealt to ghosts and battle corpses. Now, let's see if you can absorb more. Yi Xian swung his sword again, and another 100 evil spirits pounced forward. Ferocious ghosts needed a ghost fetus and true energy to break through, but this time, Yi Xian had used the Eye of Glory. If this middle-aged ghost spirit could still absorb it, then Yi Xian would have to admit defeat. The middle-aged ghost sensed a similar aura from these ghosts, so he also rushed over. His claw pierced through the ghost's body, but in the next moment, his claw suddenly exploded. Pang! Although these ghosts were still black, they still had the Eye of Glory's effect. This middle-aged ghost spirit actually stuck his hand into a ghost's body. He was really courting death. Ghost spirits are powerful because of their spirit bodies. No matter which part of their body you attack, it'll be a vital point. Yi Xian knew this, so he took advantage of the Eye of Glory to attack crazily. Every time he attacked, the ghosts would break through. At the same time, his doppelganger, Luo Luo, and Wei Zhentian were all collecting the universe rings. Yi Xian's original body's strength continued to soar. After several explosions, the middle-aged ghost spirit learned his lesson. This time, he only used his claws to attack. However, Yi Xian's ghosts were too many. He just happened to be a ghost spirit, so he couldn't use true energy. The Eye of Glory's golden true energy increased his damage, so he could only kill his way out and go straight for Yi Xian. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Although you've turned into a ghost spirit, you still know a lot of tactics. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a sinister smile. In the next moment, golden true energy surged out of his body, condensing into a golden armored war god. At that moment, Yi Xian joined forces with the golden armored war god and went up to meet him. Although the golden armored war god was a trump card, the middle-aged ghost spirit was a threat now. It was better to deal with him first, then peacefully collect the spoils. Ghost breakthrough. Tyrannical Emperor's boundless sword. Yi Xian and the golden armored war god attacked at the same time. Although the ghost spirit killed the 100 Ghost sect leader, who was a 4th grade spirit disaster, it was easier for Yi Xian to deal with the ghost spirit than the 100 Ghost sect leader. The golden sword in the golden armored war god's hand suddenly enlarged, then fiercely slashed at the ghost spirit. Pang! Although the giant golden sword didn't hit the ghost spirit, the powerful impact directly shook the ghost spirit's spirit body. As expected, it's not so easy to deal with. Look at this move. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and a golden slash swept out. The middle-aged ghost spirit, who was almost defeated by the overlord's boundless sword, waved both of his claws. Pang! The nirvanic slash was blasted away, but after the nirvanic slash, there were still 2 decomposition rays. ZZ. The decomposition rays fell on the middle-aged ghost spirit. Ah! The middle-aged ghost spirit looked up to the sky and cried out in pain. A huge hole was torn open in his chest by the decomposition rays. His fatality is really tenacious. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart. In the next moment, the middle-aged ghost spirit was pounced on by countless fierce ghosts. Pang! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. Those fierce ghosts that pounced on the middle-aged ghost spirit suddenly exploded, causing the middle-aged ghost spirit to roar in pain. Xiao! At this moment, a huge golden sword ray broke through the sky. It turned out that the golden armored war god had condensed a second attack. This sword ray fell on the middle-aged ghost spirit's body. The middle-aged ghost spirit's spirit body shook violently, then quickly collapsed. He's finally dead. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that he could easily fight this ghost spirit alone, but he never expected that it wouldn't be as simple as he imagined. Therefore, he used the Eye of Glory. In the end, he had no choice but to use 2 trump cards. This was enough to prove the strength of the middle-aged ghost spirit. After all, this middle-aged ghost spirit killed the 100 Ghost sect master and 7 to 8 elders. Although I have lost 2 trump cards, I have taken revenge for the 100 Ghost sect. Yi Xian thought in his heart. At the same time, he could peacefully collect the spoils of war. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly entered the range of his senses and rapidly rushed over. What shocking speed! Yi Xian was shocked. This person's speed was even faster than his. He was probably at least a 5th-grade spirit disaster. Chapter 1034. Yi Xian took a glance and noticed that there were still a few corpses that had their universe rings confiscated, so he immediately headed over. The person that came over was a 5th-grade spirit disaster, but he couldn't be bothered to care so much as he collected the spoils of war. At this moment, the person that stepped into his detection range had finally arrived. Bastard, you dare to annihilate a sect. Die! The person that came over was a purple-haired youth. When he saw Yi Xian collecting the spoils of war, he immediately roared and slashed his sword at Yi Xian. Fuck you, what does this have to do with me? Yi Xian innocently roared as he swiftly dodged the sword. What a joke, he had taken revenge for the 100 Ghost sect, but he was misunderstood by someone, so it wasn't a good feeling. When the purple-haired youth saw Yi Xian dodging his sword, he was astonished. After all, he was a 5th-grade spirit disaster. So you're the one that annihilated the 100 Ghost sect, die. The purple-haired youth was only astonished for a brief moment before he swiftly headed over. He had something to do in the 100 Ghost sect, but he never expected that the 100 Ghost sect would be annihilated. At this moment, Yi Xian had just finished collecting all the universe rings, but what made Yi Xian astonished was that there weren't many things in the universe rings, so he couldn't break through to 2nd-grade spirit disaster. Fuck, they're all hidden. Yi Xian roared in his heart. These universe rings belonged to the upper echelons of the 100 Ghost sect, but they couldn't help him break through. This was too fake. But right now, he had to deal with this purple-haired youth first. This purple-haired youth is extremely powerful. Even if I use the myriad returning swords, I'm afraid that I won't be able to kill him. Let's go. Yi Xian made a prompt decision as he hid Luo in the physical space and broke through the void. Rustle. The void closed, leaving behind the purple-haired youth in astonishment. You annihilated the 100 Ghost sect, so I won't let you escape so easily. The purple-haired youth took out a piece of paper and swiftly drew Yi Xian's face according to his memory. Thereafter, he took out a strange flame. He used this strange flame to burn the portrait. Immediately after, this flame rose into the air and suddenly exploded, forming countless flames that swept in all directions. Then, he quickly left. At this time, Yi Xian had already arrived at the coordinates outside Nether City. That person is so unreasonable. Young Master helped the 100 Ghost sect take revenge, but he was still wronged. Luo said unhappily. Forget it. We've earned quite a bit this time. Yi Xian didn't really care. Previously, he made a deal with Elder Yu and broke through to Spirit Disaster. Now that Elder Yu had fallen, the items returned to him. Overall, the value of the items he obtained was around 30 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. Naturally, if that purple-haired youth did not appear, he would take a stroll through the entire 100 Ghost sect and find the wealth hidden by the elders and sect master. At that time, it would be easy for him to break through to second-grade spirit disaster. It was a pity that someone came out of nowhere. That purple-haired youth should be from the Divine Ghost sect. Fortunately, I left early. If I really fought with him, the one who would die would definitely be me. Yi Xian secretly swallowed his saliva. Young master, we didn't get any clues about the corpse ghost man. What should we do now? Luo asked. Hearing this, Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said, I'm afraid that the corpse ghost man's strength isn't that weak. The system gave me a month's time, so it won't be easy to kill him. Let's go to the Nether Ghost sect first and raise our strength. He took back the 500 sets of equipment that he gave to Elder Yu. Hence, he wanted to give them to the Nether Ghost sect and break through to second-grade spirit disaster first. When he made the deal with Elder Yu, he said that it would take half a month to reach the Nether Ghost sect from the 100 Ghost sect. However, that was based on the speed of an ordinary 9th grade true energy disaster. Now that he had broken through to spirit disaster, it would take him at most 2 days to reach the Nether Ghost sect. At that moment, Yi Xian continued his journey. It had only been 3 days since the last round of the random mission, so it wouldn't be a problem to spend another 2 days. Furthermore, the Nether Ghost sect was a force on the same level as the 100 Ghost sect, so they might have news about the corpse ghost man. On the way to the Nether Ghost sect, Yi Xian also sent his doppelganger to the cities to get some equipment. However, these were all small cities, so he didn't get much. 2 days later, he finally arrived at the entrance of the Nether Ghost sect. Just like before, he approached and entered the Nether Ghost sect with the excuse of making a deal. Elder Qing, someone is here to visit. A disciple of the Nether Ghost sect brought Yi Xian to a courtyard behind the weapon refining hall and shouted inside. Following that, a middle-aged man opened the door and walked out. What's the matter? Elder Qing asked. Elder Qing, this person said that he wants to make a big deal with our Nether Ghost sect. The disciple replied. At that moment, Elder Cheng's gaze landed on Yi Xian. In the next moment, his body trembled violently. Yi Xian looked at Elder Qing strangely. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Elder Qing. Little brother, please wait here for a moment. I still have some matters to attend to. After Elder Qing finished speaking, he quickly left. Yi Xian looked at Elder Cheng's departing figure and frowned. He felt that Elder Cheng's expression was a little strange after seeing him. However, it didn't take long for Yi Xian to understand why Elder Cheng's expression was so strange. Not long after Elder Qing left, Yi Xian saw a large number of experts entering his sensing range and surrounding him. Not good. Yi Xian's face changed drastically. These people were definitely coming for him. As for why, it was definitely because of that purple-haired youth. Soon, he was surrounded by these experts. How dare you infiltrate our Nether Ghost sect? Do you really think that our Nether Ghost sect is easy to bully? A roar rang out. Yi Xian looked over and saw that the one who spoke was an old man in the 4th grade spirit disaster. The sect master of the Nether Ghost sect. Aside from this 4th grade spirit disaster expert, there were also 10 3rd grade spirit disasters and dozens of 2nd grade spirit disasters. At this moment, Yi Xian was like a turtle in a jar. Indeed, it was done by that purple-haired youth. Could it be that he came to the Nether Ghost sect? Yi Xian couldn't figure it out. Although he was surrounded, he didn't have the slightest bit of nervousness on his face. So what if it was 4th grade spirit disaster? In front of him, it was still nothing. What are you guys doing? Yi Xian pretended that he didn't know anything and asked. Still pretending. Weren't you the one who annihilated the 100 Ghost sect? The sect master of the Nether Ghost sect said as he took out a portrait from his interspatial ring. The person in the portrait was Yi Xian. I'm only in the 1st grade spirit disaster. Do you think that I have the ability to annihilate the 100 Ghost sect? Yi Xian retorted. Indeed, a first-grade spirit disaster expert wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from this group of experts. There were at least 500 first-grade spirit disasters disciples in the Nether Ghost sect. However, cultivation didn't mean anything. Chapter 1035. Although you don't have the strength to annihilate the 100 Ghost sect, the ghost spirit that destroyed the 100 Ghost sect is related to you. Moreover, the portrait of you was sent by the God of Ghost sect's envoy. It can't be fake. Quickly surrender. The Nether Ghost sect's sovereign bellowed. As expected. After hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but frown. The messenger of the God of Ghost sect that the sect leader was talking about should be the purple-haired youth. However, what he couldn't understand was that it had already been 2 days. Why hadn't they figured it out yet? Although some of the elders and disciples had dispersed after the death of the sect master of the 100 Ghost sect, the one who had killed the sect master of the 100 Ghost sect was that ghost spirit. Everyone present should have seen it. Now, he was still recognized as the culprit behind the massacre of the 100 Ghost sect. This meant that things weren't as he imagined. After the purple-haired youth found out that the middle-aged ghost spirit was the culprit, he was prepared to cover up the matter because the middle-aged ghost spirit was also from the God of Ghost sect. To the God of Ghost sect, this was a scandal. Although they weren't to blame, the middle-aged ghost spirit was related to the God of Ghost sect. It was impossible to cover up the annihilation of the 100 Ghost sect, so they could only twist the truth and say that the ghost spirit that destroyed the 100 Ghost sect was controlled by Yi Xian. Good Lord, although I've obtained many things, I didn't annihilate the 100 Ghost sect. This grudge must be avenged. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Now, he had finally figured out the ins and outs of the matter. It's impossible for me to surrender. If you have the ability, then come at me. Don't blame me for not warning you. If I take action, your ghost sect will be in danger of being annihilated. Yi Xian said in a cold tone. How dare you threaten us? How dare you? An elder shouted angrily. However, he also understood that Yi Xian must have some confidence. Otherwise, how could he be so calm when facing so many experts? The sect leader of the ghost sect and the other elders looked at each other and said, "Kill him." The war finally broke out. Since I've already taken the blame, then let's make it happen. Yi Xian couldn't care less. After shouting in his heart, he released Luo Luo. You bastards, how dare you frame my young master? Die! Luo Luo immediately took action, instantly creating over 100 clones. At this moment, she had already broken through to first-grade spirit disaster. In an instant, the two sides started fighting. Eye of Glory. Summon the golden armored war god. Return of the Thousand Swords. Beast King's Rage. Yi Xian didn't care so much and directly used all of his trump cards. This time, he was going to annihilate the ghost sect. Suddenly, the wind Luo Luo O.T. When the sect leader of the ghost sect felt Yi Xian's extraordinary strength, he anxiously shouted. When everyone heard this, they also hurriedly summoned a large number of ghost spirits. Luo Luo. Luo Luo Luo. S Luo Luo Emperor's Luin. Just as those ghost spirits appeared, they were instantly dispersed by the huge impact of the Overlord's limitless sword. Not only that, there were also many elders and protectors of the Nether Ghost sect. Now, the other members of the Nether Ghost sect finally knew what kind of enemy they had provoked. Yi Xian did indeed have the ability to destroy the 100 Ghost sect. It was simply inconceivable for a first-grade spirit disaster to annihilate a power with a fourth-grade spirit disaster expert. But for now, it was better to deal with Yi Xian first. Form the heart-devouring ghost formation. Seeing that Yi Xian was not an easy opponent to deal with, the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect roared again. Form your grandmother's formation. Yi Xian roared angrily. His main body and doppelganger quickly slashed out several slashes. Ferocious ghosts cry break. Ferocious ghosts cry break. This time, Yi Xian had used the ghost fetus that was refined from a second-stage spirit difficult ghost spirit. With the addition of the Eye of Glory, its power was at least 5 times stronger than before. In an instant, hundreds of evil spirits pounced towards the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost Sect. What? The sect master of the Netherworld Ghost Sect was shocked. Just as he was about to dodge, he realized that the evil spirits had all turned into ghost spirits. Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian's main body and doppelganger both used their illusory techniques, causing those with second-grade spirit disaster and third-grade spirit disaster to fall into an illusion. The sect master of the Netherworld Ghost Sect was also affected. However, he was still a 4th-grade spirit disaster expert, so he broke out of the illusion in the blink of an eye. However, the hundreds of evil spirits were not created by the illusory technique. When the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost Sect broke out of the illusion, he was pounced on by a large number of evil spirits. In an instant, his miserable cries resounded throughout the entire Netherworld Ghost Sect. Just in case, the golden armored battle god also slashed out with his sword. This golden sword ray landed on the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost Sect. With a bang, the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost Sect's chest exploded. His eyes closed as he fell from the sky. The sect master of the Netherworld Ghost Sect was dead. While everyone was trapped in the illusion, Wei Zhentian and Luo Luo were also crazily slaughtering. Along with the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost Sect, more than 20 people fell. The battle had not even started for 3 seconds, but so many people from the Netherworld Ghost Sect had already fallen, including the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost Sect. When the experts of the Netherworld Ghost Sect who were lucky enough to survive saw this, they were so frightened that they trembled and hurriedly retreated. You want to leave now? It's too late. Yi Xian's main body immediately moved out and chased after the protectors and elders who were escaping. As for his doppelganger, it continued to collect the spoils of war to increase its strength. No, don't kill me, we are only following the sect master's orders. Don't chase after me, brat, don't be so arrogant. The Lord Envoy is nearby. He will be here soon. Hearing this, Yi Xian coldly snorted. So what if that purple-haired youth is here? Can he stop me now? Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is 2nd grade spirit disaster. When Yi Xian kept the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost Sect's universe ring, the system notification finally rang out. His physique, true energy, and mental power had all undergone a qualitative leap in an instant. His battle prowess had at least doubled. While his doppelganger had broken through, Yi Xian's main body had also broken through. This time, he quickly slashed out twice with his sword. Ferocious ghost break tears. Ferocious ghost break tears. 100 ghosts pounced forward, and miserable cries rang out continuously in the air. Stop! Right at this moment, a familiar shout rang out in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned around and saw a figure standing in the air. He had been too engrossed in killing just now, so he didn't notice an expert approaching. When he saw the face of this figure, killing intent flashed through his eyes. The purple-haired youth. The purple-haired youth who had framed him for massacring the 100 Ghosts sect had actually arrived. It seems like this purple-haired youth was originally nearby. That's why he came so quickly. Just nice, I want to take revenge for setting me up. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as his rage point soared. Chapter 1036. You annihilated the 100 Ghost sect and now the Nether Ghost sect. Who are you? The purple-haired youth wasn't in a hurry to make a move when he saw that everyone was dead. I'm your grandfather. Yi Xian didn't want to talk nonsense with him and immediately made his move. After all, he had used all his trump cards. If he didn't fight for time, what would he do when the return of 10,000 swords and golden armored battle gods' duration ran out? Today, I'll carry out justice on behalf of the heavens and slay you, demon. The purple-haired youth didn't waste any more words and went forward. Second-grade spirit disaster and fifth-grade spirit disaster were 3 realms apart. This was the first time the purple-haired youth fought with someone who was so much weaker than him. However, he had personally witnessed Yi Xian's strength and couldn't be careless. After breaking through, Yi Xian's strength had increased tremendously. However, Yi Xian still had 2 helpers, Luo Luo and Wei Zhentian. 100 Ghost Fox Clone. Return of 10,000 swords. Luo Luo and Wei Zhentian assisted Yi Xian at the same time. However, the purple-haired youth was a 5th-grade spirit disaster and his speed was twice as fast as the sect master of the Nether Ghost sect. He wasn't easy to deal with. Speed was the attribute that Yi Xian loved the most. Even though he had a 90% increase to his movement speed, he was still slower than the purple-haired youth. However, Yi Xian hadn't merged with his clone yet. When the purple-haired youth swooped down, Yi Xian quickly merged with his clone. In an instant, his strength increased by 30%. Wei Zhentian, Spiritual Sword Array. Yi Xian hastily ordered. In the next moment, hundreds of gigantic swords fell down. Boom! 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 What made the purple-haired youth flabbergasted was that the hundreds of gigantic swords weren't attacking him. Instead, they were trapping Yi Xian. Do you think that you can live a little longer with this? The purple-haired youth snorted and charged into the spiritual sword array. However, when he charged in, he realized that Yi Xian wasn't inside. There wasn't a single person in the spiritual sword array. Yi Xian had already broken through the void and arrived at the location that he had just pinpointed. Luo Luo, kill him. Yi Xian bellowed. Yes, young master. Luo Luo had been unable to catch the purple-haired youth and was so angry that she stamped her feet. Now that she saw the purple-haired youth running into the spirit sword array, her eyes immediately lit up. The next moment, balls of red flames appeared in the hands of her and her clones. 7-colored demon fire. Countless flames were thrown into the spiritual sword array. Only then did the purple-haired youth realize that he had fallen into a trap. Although he did not know how Yi Xian had managed to escape, it was better to resolve the current crisis first. Red flames were thrown into the spiritual sword array one after another. These red flames were dispersed by the purple-haired young man one after another. However, there were always some that slipped through the net and were ignored by him. The first round, red demonic fire. The second round, orange demonic fire. The third round, yellow demonic fire. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, indigo, violet. When the 7 different colored demonic flames were gathered in the spirit sword array, a rainbow-like radiance suddenly lit up within it. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the explosion in the spiritual sword array shattered the nearest heaven-shaking giant swords into pieces. This move was Luo Luo's most powerful attack. Even if the purple-haired youth did not die, he would be severely injured. When the sound of the explosion spread, Yi Xian quickly scanned with his eye of revelation. He discovered that the purple-haired youth was not dead, but he was close. This time, I'm going to kill you. Yi Xian muttered in his heart as his eyes flashed. Eye of Nirvana. Eye of Disintegration. The effect of the Eye of Glory was still present, so Yi Xian's Nirvana rend was dyed gold. The golden Nirvana rend pierced through the air and disappeared into the smoke. A crisp sound was heard as the purple-haired youth's head was chopped off by the Nirvana rend. He would never have thought that he would die in such a damned place. After all, he was a disciple of the sect of the God of Ghosts. Most importantly, he did not even summon his own ghost spirit. Plop! The purple-haired youth's head fell to the ground, but his bloodied body was still standing. It was a horrifying sight to behold. To be honest, the purple-haired youth had not appeared at the right time. If he had appeared after Yi Xian's skill had worn off, Yi Xian would not have been able to kill him so easily. He might even have to escape again. Unfortunately, the purple-haired youth had come too early. He had met his end. At once, Yi Xian quickly swept over and put away the purple-haired youth's interspatial ring. A disciple of the sect of the God of Ghosts must be very wealthy, right? However, Yi Xian was disappointed again. There were not many things in the interspatial ring. Most of them were healing medicines. As for the corpse man, there were no clues either. What a scam! Another pauper. Yi Xian could not help but curse. However, at this moment, he suddenly found a letter that piqued his interest. This letter was sent by the purple-haired youth's family. It mentioned something. The Fountain of Youth. What? The Fountain of Youth? Yi Xian was shocked. The Fountain of Youth could open the eyes of eternity and transfer his vital points to his two eyes. As long as his two eyes were not destroyed, he would not die. The purple-haired youth's family found a treasure land with the Fountain of Youth. So, they asked him to go back and help. After reading the letter, Yi Xian understood. However, the purple-haired youth did not choose to go back because he had a mission. There are only 3 days left. Gather at the Chang Fort of the 18 demonic castles, Yi Xian murmured. The 18 demonic castles were controlled by 3 big families. Each family controlled 6 castles. The purple-haired youth who had died was from the Chang family, one of the 3 big families. In 3 days, the 3 families would enter a place called the Glaze Mirage together. The Glaze Mirage was discovered by the disciples of the 3 families. There was an illusion formation here, so no one had discovered it. The Glaze Mirage was a completely different place from the land of the dead. The qi of heaven and earth was abundant. The disciples of the 3 families found a few drops of the Fountain of Youth in the Glaze Mirage by chance. A bottle of the Fountain of Youth could increase a person's lifespan by 10 years. It could increase a person's lifespan by 30 years at most. Even an expert in the manifestation realm would covet it. If there was a bottle of the Fountain of Youth, the 3 families would be rich. I only need a bottle of the Fountain of Youth to open the eyes of eternity. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Then, he rushed towards the 18 demonic castles. In 3 days, the 3 families would enter the Glaze Mirage together. He had to rush there immediately. After all, he did not know where the entrance to the Glaze Mirage was. Although it would waste another 3 days, Yi Xian could only put the matter of the corpse man aside since he had the chance to open the eyes of eternity. Chapter 1037. Yi Xian's main body was in charge of traveling, while his clone was in charge of gathering equipment from the various cities along the way. His strength could still continue to increase. It was the same for Luo Luo. As long as she was released, she would be able to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth. If she were to refine the natural treasures, her cultivation speed would be even faster. When Yi Xian arrived at the 18 demonic castles, Luo Luo had already broken through to 2nd grade spirit disaster and was on the same level as Yi Xian. The 3 great families of the 18 demonic castles weren't weak. Each of the 3 great families had a 6th grade spirit disaster expert overseeing them. If Yi Xian had arrived earlier, he could have made a deal with the 3 great families. However, when he arrived at the Chang family fort, the 3 great families were already preparing to set off. Young master, what should we do? Luo Luo, who was beside Yi Xian, asked. From the looks of it, the Chang family fort doesn't seem to be stopping other cultivators. Perhaps they want to use them as cannon fodder. That's why we can sneak in. Yi Xian looked at the majestic group of Chang family fort members. After he finished speaking, he brought Luo Luo along and followed them. The Pinglai sacred ground was originally a huge secret realm, and this glaze illusion realm wasn't a secret realm. It was a hidden place in the land of the dead. However, due to the existence of a special illusion array, no one had discovered it until now. The Chang family fort's old ancestor doesn't seem to be in the group. However, there are still 3 5th-grade spirit disasters and more than 10 4th and 3rd-grade spirit disasters experts. Yi Xian followed behind the Chang family fort members and used his eye of revelation and eye of perception to probe the strength of the Chang family fort members. This was only the Chang family fort's group. There were still 2 other large forts, and their strength wouldn't be too weak. As for the unaffiliated cultivators around Yi Xian, the strongest one was only at 4th-grade spirit disaster, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The Chang family fort's group headed north. They spent an entire day to arrive at a canyon and entered a newly opened large cave in the canyon. Yi Xian and Luo Luo followed behind and entered. After walking for several tens of thousands of meters, they saw a large stone door. Glazed mirage. Beside the stone fan, there was a stone tablet with the words glazed illusion written on it. Fort Lord, we were fighting with a transcendent holy beast in the canyon that day. We accidentally destroyed the stone wall and found this treasure land. A disciple of the Chang fort said. Alright, let's rest here and wait for the other 2 parties to arrive. The Fort Lord of Chang clan fort said. Then, the people of Chang fort sat down on the spot, and so did the scattered martial artists. After all, they had followed the Chang family here. If the Chang family's people didn't enter, they wouldn't dare to enter. If they accidentally provoked the Chang family's people, they would be dead for sure. Today was the appointed time for the 3 castles to meet. Therefore, the other 2 teams should also arrive today. Soon, the second team arrived. It was the Lian castle of the 18 demonic castles. Then, it was the Hu clan fort. Now, the 3 big shots of the 18 demonic castles had arrived. Each of them had brought dozens of unaffiliated martial artists with them. In total, there were more than 200 of them. Yi Xian mixed in with the unaffiliated martial artists and looked around. Young master, there seems to be a disciple of the sect of the God of Ghost. Luo Luo's voice sounded in Yi Xian's ears. Yeah, the Lian Castle and Hu Clan Fort each have a 5th-grade spirit disaster disciple of the sect of the God of Ghost. Yi Xian nodded his head. The reason why he could recognize them was because the disciples of the sect of the God of Ghost had the same eerie aura as the purple-haired youth. He calculated that the 3 parties had a total of 10 5th-grade spirit disasters experts and 34th-grade spirit disasters experts. As for the 3rd-grade spirit disasters experts, they weren't a threat to Yi Xian. If I were to go all out right now, I might be able to hold back 2 5th-grade spirit disaster experts, Yi Xian thought in his heart. If he went all out, he could hold back 2. After all, the purple-haired youth still had a 5th-grade spirit disaster expert in his universe ring. With the help of the Ghost King Pearl, he could barely control it. However, the 3 castles all had 6th-grade spirit disasters experts. He didn't know if they didn't come or if they had already entered the illusory realm. Alright, now that everyone is here, let's go in. The Lian Castle's fort master said. It's getting late, let's go in. The Hu clan's fort master nodded his head. When the unaffiliated martial artists heard this, their eyes lit up and they became alert. The 3 parties didn't waste any time and pushed open the door. Shortly after, dense heaven and earth yuan qi surged out from the other side of the door. When everyone felt the heaven and earth yuan qi, they were simply intoxicated. It's indeed a treasure ground. There's actually such abundant heaven and earth yuan qi. If we were to cultivate here, we would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. It's a pity that there will definitely be dangers inside. I wonder who built this cave. Since the 3 major forces have entered, let's go in as well. The unaffiliated martial artists also entered the illusory realm. Some of them were solo martial artists, some were in groups of 2 or 3, and some were in groups of 7 or 8. Yi Xian's cultivation was the lowest among them. After all the unaffiliated martial artists entered the illusory realm, he entered together with Luo Luo. Behind the door was another world with blue skies and white clouds. The scenery was picturesque. Wow, young master, this place is so beautiful. Luo Luo couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the glazed illusory realm. The glazed illusory realm was underground. There were white clouds, but it was impossible for a blue sky to appear. Even if Yi Xian didn't use the Eye of Revelation, he could tell that this was an illusion. However, Yi Xian still used the Eye of Revelation to scan the illusory realm. This illusory realm is a little profound. Everything that I see might not be real. If it wasn't for the Eye of Revelation, I'm afraid that I would have been confused. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. His foothold was on a stone platform on a cliff. Below his feet was a forest. At this moment, the 3 parties had already entered the forest. Under normal circumstances, a place like this would have a forbidden space array. If one's strength wasn't sufficient, they would have to walk. In this glazed illusory realm, even an expert of the 5th grade spirit disaster would have to walk. Young master, are we going in? Luo Luo asked. Yi Xian took another look at the surroundings. Relying on the Eye of Revelation, he exposed all the hidden dangers. He chose a direction and said, "Let's go." When he moved, he also set up a spatial positioning point at the entrance. The sacred ground was a secret realm, so the Eye of Void could be used. At the same time, this glazed illusory realm was simply heaven for Luo Luo. In the glazed illusory realm, the amount of yuan qi that Luo Luo could absorb was 2 to 3 times more than the outside world. If it was paired with treasures, she would probably be able to break through to the 3rd grade spirit disaster in 1 or 2 days. Chapter 1038. In front of them, the teams from the 3 castles had merged together, so their risk factor was very low. There were also some independent martial artists who followed behind the combined team without any regard for their lives. However, Yi Xian felt that these people would be easily eliminated by the combined forces of the 3 great teams. According to the letter, the disciples of the Chang fort found the Fountain of Youth on the tree leaves. Therefore, the Fountain of Youth could appear anywhere, Yi Xian muttered as he walked. Young master, this Fountain of Youth is clearly spring water. Why would it appear on a leaf? Luo Luo asked in confusion. Look up, Yi Xian said. Luo Luo subconsciously looked up, but could only see the blue sky and white clouds. There was nothing special. There's nothing. Luo Luo blinked her big eyes. There is, but it can't be seen with the naked eye. Yi Xian also raised his head, but he was using the Eye of Insight to look. The white clouds you see are formed by a strange energy. There is also some flowing water in this energy. I'm afraid that's the Fountain of Youth, Yi Xian replied. What, in the clouds? Luo Luo was shocked. Does that mean that the Fountain of Youth is raining from the sky? I think so. However, I can't tell when the rain clouds will fall. Therefore, if we want to find the Fountain of Youth, we have to use another method. Yi Xian paused. Since there is rain, there must be a source. There should be a Fountain of Youth in this glaze illusion that evaporates. Searching for the Fountain of Youth was Yi Xian's plan. Of course, it was also the plan of the others. In order to open the Eye of Eternity, a bottle of the Fountain of Youth was required. Even if they encountered the Fountain of Youth on the way, it was just a drop in the bucket. Most of them ended up in the mud. Right at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound entered the ears of Yi Xian and Luo Luo. Yi Xian turned to look and saw that someone had encountered the clay giant and was blown to pieces. What a pitiful person. Fortunately, I have the Eye of Insight and Eye of Perception, so I managed to avoid the danger. Yi Xian rejoiced in his heart. If he didn't have the abilities of the two heavenly eyes, it would be dangerous for him to encounter the fourth-grade spirit disaster. This time, Yi Xian's main goal in entering the glazed mirage was the immortal fountain. As for the rest, he could give up. In order to speed up the search, he summoned his doppelganger and used the eyes of perception of both his main body and doppelganger to search. As for Luoluo, she also brought Wei Zhentian out for a stroll. Although Luoluo was only its second-grade spirit disaster, her strength could be considered as one of the top few in the glazed illusory realm. Yi Xian was searching for the Fountain of Youth on 3 fronts. 5 minutes after he entered the glazed fantasy. "Ah, young master, come and take a look." Luoluo suddenly sent him a voice transmission. Hearing the sound, Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over. From Luoluo's tone, he could tell that Luoluo wasn't in danger, but had discovered something. Using the connection between the owner and the object, Yi Xian quickly found Luoluo. At this moment, Luoluo was holding onto a white jade bottle and said, "Young master, I found 2 drops of immortal fountain." Immortal fountain. Yi Xian raised his brows and took a look at the jade bottle. There were 2 drops of sparkling liquid that were emitting a powerful aura of life. It was truly the immortal fountain. Sigh, only 2 drops. If I want to open the eyes of eternity, I will need at least 1,000 drops. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. However, he still kept the 2 drops of immortal fountain. These 2 drops of immortal fountain were too little for Yi Xian. However, he experimented and swallowed a drop of immortal fountain. He realized that his strength didn't increase by much and his lifespan only increased by a few days. It seemed that the immortal fountain was a treasure that had attractive effects, but there weren't many benefits after swallowing it. "Luoluo, did you find these 2 drops of immortal fountain on the leaf?" Yi Xian turned around and asked. "Yes, there were originally 3 drops. However, when I went over, one of them suddenly evaporated." Luoluo nodded. "It evaporated and returned to the rain clouds?" Yi Xian frowned. This glazed mirage was really strange. The temperature wasn't high, but the water actually evaporated. It was really rare. However, this was good news for Yi Xian. After all, he hadn't been here for long and had already obtained 2 drops of immortal fountain. As long as he was given time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to gather 1,000 drops. At that moment, he separated from Luoluo and split up to search for the immortal fountain. Using the eye of perception and the eye of revelation, Yi Xian's search speed was very fast. In less than an hour, he actually collected 20 drops of immortal fountain. 20 drops in 1 hour. This efficiency was pretty good. It seemed that in less than 2 days, he would be able to open the eyes of eternity. "Luoluo, come back. We're not looking anymore." Yi Xian suddenly shouted. When Luoluo heard that, she replied in astonishment, "Why? Instead of collecting it ourselves, why don't we snatch it from others? I'll control it while you charm them to help." Yi Xian replied. "Ah." At this moment, Luoluo recalled that she was from the Fox Charm clan. Furthermore, she had the Charm Fusion Crystal and the Charm Heart Sutra. She could even control experts of 3rd-grade spirit disaster. Not only that, but Yi Xian was also the same. As long as they could control some people, their efficiency would be greatly increased. At that moment, they gathered again and headed in a direction. An hour had already passed, but the others were moving very slowly. Very quickly, Yi Xian found the first team. This team only had 3 people and all 3 of them were at 3rd-grade spirit disaster. Yi Xian directly used the eye of control on the 3 of them. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. 3 system notifications rang out and Yi Xian had 3 more underlings. Following that, he swiftly flew over and said, "Give me your universe rings." The three of them did not hesitate and handed over their universe rings to Yi Xian. Yi Xian swiftly checked them. The three of them were out on an adventure, so they did not have many things. However, he did find a drop of immortal spring water. Very good, continue collecting. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction and immediately charged out again. This time, there were over 100 people from the three castles that entered the glazed mirage. Adding up to 200 unaffiliated martial artists, it was more than enough for Yi Xian to control. To Yi Xian, these martial artists were only tools to collect the immortal spring water. Although Yi Xian only had 20 slots to control, he could not forget about Luo Luo. With Luoluo's current strength, she could control at least 33rd grade spirit disaster experts. Adding Yi Xian's, it would be close to 50. With 50 underlings helping to collect the immortal spring water, Yi Xian estimated that he only needed a day. Very quickly, Luoluo had charmed 30 people and had almost reached her limit. Chapter 1039. I'm almost at 50 drops of the Fountain of Youth. I might be able to open the Eye of Eternity today. Yi Xian took out the white jade bottle and nodded in satisfaction. However, at this moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, a hurricane suddenly blew in the sky. Yi Xian looked up and immediately used the Eye of Revelation. He saw a large number of creatures in the sky. He jumped up and saw that it was a group of butterflies. However, this group of butterflies made Yi Xian pale with fright. Young master, what are those butterflies? Why are they bigger than elephants? Luo Luo couldn't help but ask. Those are demonic butterflies. They will constantly release deadly powder as they fly. Luo Luo, come in quickly. Yi Xian's expression changed. He hurriedly hid Luo Luo in the cosmic space and quickly left the place. He had to avoid this large group of demonic butterflies. However, this group of demonic butterflies flew very quickly and there were many of them. There were at least 1,000 of them. Although Yi Xian had a pair of hairy legs, he was not spared. These demonic butterflies flew over Yi Xian's head and scattered deadly powder. These deadly powder did not have any effect on the plants. However, when Yi Xian touched his hand, his fingers were immediately corroded. Some of the powder even flowed into his body through his blood. Ding! The host has been poisoned. Beginning detoxification. Yi Xian had not heard the detoxification notification for a long time. Even though Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he was still poisoned. Fortunately, his poison resistance was high, so the powder did not pose a threat to him. It's so scary. The powder is like a storm. Although it can be shaken off with vital energy, it has no effect on the plants. If the wind blows while we're traveling, we'll be poisoned. Yi Xian could not help but shudder. It was not a big deal when the powder was scattered. What was scary was accidentally touching the powder on the leaves while traveling through the forest. If that happened, he would die without knowing why. Ding! Detoxification successful. Yi Xian's detoxification was successful. Next, he could ignore the powder. However, Luo Luo could not, so he let her stay in the cosmic space. Young master, I think more than 10 of my servants have died. At this moment, Luo Luo reminded him. Yi Xian sensed and said, 6 of mine have died as well. It seemed that demonic butterflies had passed by other places as well. Yi Xian did not encounter with the powder in the past. Now that he encountered one, it proved that he had entered the azure mirage. The more dangerous a place was, the greater the opportunity. He just didn't know how many casualties there were. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. Now, he was going to move forward by himself. However, he had not walked for long when he heard another series of loud rumbling sounds. He used the Eye of Revelation again and discovered that there was a huge figure moving in the distance. It seemed to be fighting. Bloody rock giant. Yi Xian raised his brows. This was exactly the same as the blood rock giant he'd encountered in the blood rock vein. However, it was even taller than the one he'd encountered back then. After seeing the bloody stone giant, Wei Zhintian could no longer remain calm and immediately trembled. Got it. I'll kill it for you. Yi Xian understood Wei Zhintian's intention and immediately rushed over. The blood stone had its own quality. Yi Xian was only at human body disaster when he was in the bloodstone sect. But now, he had already reached spirit disaster. This crimson stone giant was estimated to be at 5th grade spirit disaster. If it was devoured by Wei Zhintian, it would be able to make a breakthrough and become a 4th grade 3rd grade supreme spiritual treasure, which was equivalent to 4th grade spirit disaster. If Wei Zhintian made a breakthrough, then Yi Xian would also gain strength. So why not? At this moment, Yi Xian quickly flew towards the blood rock giant. The poison powder he encountered along the way was directly ignored by him. When Yi Xian got closer, he realized that the one fighting the bloody stone giant was not a wandering cultivator, but someone from the Chang family fort. The team split up. Yi Xian was a little astonished. The teams from the 3 forts should have been traveling together. But now that they discovered the Chang family fort's team, they must have split up, or something must have happened that forced them to split up. However, there was actually a 5th grade spirit disaster expert in this team. As for the other 5, there were even 2 4th grade spirit disasters. Young master, are we going to take action or reap the benefits? Luo asked in Yi Xian's mind. Of course, we're going to be the Oriole. Yi Xian replied. This bloody stone giant was not weak. He wanted to let the Chang family fort exhaust it first. If he were to take action right now, he might have to exhaust his trump cards. Just like that, Yi Xian observed the battle from afar with his eye of revelation. The Chang family fort's members each controlled a spirit of the same level to attack the bloody stone giant. Very quickly, the first layer of the bloody stone giant's armor was destroyed. With a loud rumble, the bloody stone giant's armor fell and its body shrunk. In just a short while, the second layer of armor was destroyed as well. Then, the bloody stone giant's body was next. The bloody stone giant's body was not much bigger than a human, but its speed was not to be trifled with. Back then, the bloody stone giant even knew how to launch a sneak attack and nearly killed Yi Xian. Although the bloody stone giant was pretty strong, it was quickly covered in injuries under the attacks of the Chang family fort's experts. In the end, it was killed by the 5th grade spirit disaster expert. Gotcha! The bloody stone giant's body turned into a pile of bloody stone ores. The Chang family's 5th grade spirit disaster expert kept the pile of blood rocks. The value of the pile of blood rocks wasn't cheap, so their trip was not in vain. Wang! The moment the bloody stone giant was destroyed, the heaven-shocking sword in Yi Xian's hand trembled violently. Good. Yi Xian nodded his head and immediately charged over. Eye of control. Eye of control. In an instant, the 5 Chang family fort's experts were all controlled by Yi Xian, leaving only the 5th grade spirit disaster expert. Who's there? When the 5th grade spirit disaster expert heard the commotion, he immediately barked out. At this moment, Yi Xian just happened to walk out of the forest. When the 5th grade spirit disaster expert saw that Yi Xian was only at 2nd grade spirit disaster, he coldly snorted, "Scram, or I'll send you on your way." Is that so? The corner of Yi Xian's lips rose. In the next moment, the sound of wind could be heard. Whoosh! 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 5 sounds of air breaking rang out. The 5th grade spirit disaster expert was shocked. When he turned his head over, he saw that his teammates were attacking him. Chapter 1040. This scene happened so suddenly that the 5th grade spirit disaster expert didn't even have time to react before he was struck. There was even a sword that chopped off his head. With his head chopped off, he instantly died. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Who asked you to speak such arrogant words? Yi Xian coldly said. The Eye of Control could be considered a divine skill as it could control the opponent without them noticing and launch a sneak attack. This 5th grade spirit disaster expert probably would never have imagined that he would die in the hands of his teammates. Call them all out. Yi Xian said to the remaining 5 as he walked over and kept the universe ring of the 5th grade spirit disaster expert. Following that, he poured out all the blood rock ores that he had just collected. When Wei Zhentian saw that, he immediately swallowed all the blood rock ores. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. The blood rock ores left behind by the blood rock giant allowed Wei Zhentian to break through from 3rd grade spirit disaster to 4th grade spirit disaster. His strength and power had also increased by a level. These people were all here to train, so there weren't many things in their universe rings. However, Yi Xian had unexpectedly gathered 100 drops of immortal spring water. You guys are pretty lucky to have gathered so much immortal spring water. Yi Xian praised. This time, he directly used the immortal spring water to open the Eye of Eternity. Ding! The Eye of Eternity has been opened to 10%. 100 drops of immortal spring water was just enough to open 10% of the Eye of Eternity. If he had another 900 drops, he would be able to fully open the Eye of Eternity. However, the Eye of Eternity was different from the Eye of Glory. If it wasn't fully opened, it wouldn't have any effect. Shouldn't the 3 of you be moving together? Why did you guys split up? At this moment, Yi Xian asked. We encountered a group of demonic butterflies. If we were to move together, it would be easy for us to be poisoned. Therefore, we split up. A 4th grade spirit disaster expert replied. Then, do you guys have any news about the immortal spring water? Yi Xian asked again. Yes. The fort master said that as long as we proceed in a straight line from the entrance, we might be able to find the immortal spring water. This is the route that my 18 houses of heavenly demons lost quite a few people to find. The 4th grade spirit disaster expert nodded his head. A straight line. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had no clue about this glazed illusion. Although there was the fountain of youth above his head, if it didn't rain, he wouldn't be able to get it. After all, there was a flight restriction array in the glaze mirage. He could only jump a few dozen meters at most. Even Wei Zhentian could only fly a few dozen meters. Just now, Yi Xian had tried to control a devil butterfly, but it could not fly while carrying him. Therefore, outsiders would not be able to fly unless they were strong enough. Since the 18 demonic castles had a clue, it was easy to handle. Alright, lead the way. Yi Xian nodded. The 5 of them were already under his control, so if he were to meet someone from the Chang family fort, he could casually find an excuse and say that he was a friend of one of the 5. After all, he was only at 2nd grade spirit disaster, so he wouldn't attract the attention of others. Yi Xian was leading the 5 of them on their journey. He was immune to the deadly powder on the road, but the 5 of them were not, so they could only use their martial arts to open up a path. This way, they would inevitably attract the attention of the Supreme Saint Beasts. Fortunately, they were strong enough. In addition to Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation, as long as a living creature approached them, he would be able to detect it. About 10 minutes later, they met another group. However, it wasn't from the Chang family fort, but the Hu family fort. At this moment, the Hu family fort's group was still slowly advancing. Tsk tisk, it's time for a harvest. Yi Xian grinned. Because he was chasing after the other party, his Eye of Control was useless. Who's there? Just as Yi Xian was about to rush over, the Hu family fort's group suddenly shouted. Yi Xian's footsteps paused. He was so far away from the other party, but the other party was able to discover him. That was impossible. However, in the next moment, he knew that the shout wasn't directed at him. Under his eye of revelation, a figure rapidly approached the Hu family fort's group and exchanged blows with them. Such fast speed, such powerful strength. Yi Xian's heart trembled. In the next moment, he saw the Hu family fort's group being completely annihilated. One must know that there was also a 5th-grade spirit disaster expert in the Hu family fort's group. However, this battle didn't even last 2 seconds. A 5th-grade spirit disaster, 2 4th-grade spirit disasters, and 3 3rd-grade spirit disasters were all annihilated. Damn, they were all 5th-grade spirit disasters, but they were actually insta-killed. Yi Xian was shocked. As the distance was too far, he couldn't see who was fighting with the Hu family fort's group. However, he was sure that the other party had killed the 5 of them in one strike. To be able to insta-kill the entire group in 2 seconds, including a martial artist of the same cultivation level, this murderer was quite powerful. Immediately, Yi Xian gave chase. However, this person's speed was too fast. After killing the Hu family fort's group, he quickly left Yi Xian's field of vision. Just who is this person? Yi Xian couldn't figure it out. Among the groups that entered the glazed mirage, the 18 houses of heavenly demons were the strongest. The unaffiliated martial artists were at most 4th-grade spirit disasters. However, this 5th-grade spirit disaster expert was from the Hu family fort's group. Could it be that he was from the Lian family fort or the Chang family fort? Strange, where did that person come from? Could it be that he entered before the 18 houses of heavenly demons? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. Immediately, he flew over and checked the injuries of the corpses. They were all insta-killed with a single strike. Their hearts were pierced through. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. If it was him, he could insta-kill a 4th-grade spirit disaster expert. However, he couldn't do it for a 5th-grade spirit disaster expert. No matter what, he still had to be careful. He didn't want to be killed by a sneak attack. Before he opened the Eye of Eternity, his heart and brain were still his vital points. Following that, he continued on his journey. With such an incident, bringing a few people with him would make him a huge target. Therefore, he decided to travel alone. He guessed that he should have entered the center of the glazed mirage. Young master, I feel that it's a little dangerous this time. Why don't we turn back and obediently collect the immortal spring water? Luo Luo reminded. You can't say that. How can there be no danger when you're outside? Just like the previous time, although we were in the city, a corpse still fell from the sky. Furthermore, the immortal spring water is extremely precious. Even manifestation realm experts would covet it. When the time comes, even if we don't take it out, it's not bad to increase the lifespan of our family. Yi Xian replied. Chapter 1041. Naturally, if he took out the immortal fountain spring and exchanged it for a large amount of cultivation resources, Yi Xian's family would be able to break through to spirit disaster and their lifespan would reach 150 years. This was even more beneficial than directly consuming the immortal fountain spring. Oh, then be careful, young master. Luo Luo reminded once again. Okay. Yi Xian nodded his head. He continued to advance in a straight line and not long later, he made another discovery. These discoveries were all corpses. They were all killed in one strike again with the same method, but the murderer is the same person. Yi Xian looked at the corpses of the wandering cultivators and his heart trembled once again. It looks like the murderer was also trying to steal the treasures of others. Yi Xian couldn't help licking his lips. Since the other party was trying to steal the treasures of others, then he could be the fisherman once again. It wasn't like he had never killed a 5th-grade spirit disaster expert before. Under the situation where he used his trump cards, he was still very strong. However, since the other party was able to instantly kill a 5th-grade spirit disaster expert, he definitely had some ability. Yi Xian guessed that the other party must have learned some powerful martial technique to be able to pierce through the enemy's heart in a sneak attack. Since the universe rings of the corpses were taken away, Yi Xian did not stay and continued to advance. Not long later, he saw a few more corpses. These corpses were all killed in one strike as well. As he continued to advance, Yi Xian's heart started to beat violently. Although he had the perceptive eye in the inside eye, he still felt an intense sense of danger. Just when he encountered the 13th wave of corpses, he finally saw that figure again. That mysterious killer was just out of his field of vision and was moving quickly. Chase! Yi Xian did not say anything and directly charged over. Since the other party had killed so many people, there should be plenty of treasures in his universe ring. It was time for Yi Xian to be the fisherman. But not long later, he lost track of the mysterious killer again. So fast, Yi Xian was speechless. Since he had lost his target again, he had no choice but to give up. The immortal fountain was still more important. However, after advancing for a while more, he encountered another group. This time, Yi Xian encountered a total of 30 people. This was the largest group that Yi Xian had encountered so far. Boom! 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 At that moment, that group of people were fighting. The target of their battle was that mysterious assassin. A single person fighting against 4 experts of 5th-level spirit disaster? Yi Xian was shocked. If it was him, he might be able to deal with a single 5th-grade spirit disaster expert. However, it was impossible for him to deal with 4 5th-grade spirit disasters experts at the same time. No matter what, he decided to go and take a look. The battle ahead was extremely intense, and screams of agony could be heard constantly. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to investigate as he hurried over. Before he could arrive, many people had already fallen, including an expert at 5th-grade spirit disaster. There were so many of them besieging one person, yet they were killed instead. Did they know how to play? However, Yi Xian noticed that the mysterious assassin's speed had decreased. Evidently, he was injured. It's good that he's injured. I'll let you guys fight to the death before I catch all of you in one fell swoop. Yi Xian stealthily approached. However, as he approached, he also felt that something was amiss. He could sense a familiar aura ahead. Could it be? Yi Xian's body trembled as he immediately rushed over. Initially, he wanted to observe from afar and kill his way over when the time was right. However, he suddenly thought of something. Could that mysterious assassin be someone that he knew? Who are you? A roar entered Yi Xian's ears. Another expert at 5th-grade spirit disaster had fallen. At the same time, Yi Xian finally came out of the forest. At this moment, his face was dark because he saw a familiar person. Feng Wuchen. Yi Xian muttered as he looked at the white figure that was fighting with the experts of the 18 demonic castles. That's right, the mysterious assassin that could instantly kill a 5th-grade spirit disaster was actually Feng Wuchen. However, Feng Wuchen wasn't wearing his iron mask at this moment. Instead, he was showing his true appearance. It was probably because the ghost corpses had been frequently attacked recently. Wearing an iron mask, didn't that mean that he was a ghost corpse of the corpse ghost Daoist? As long as he took off his iron mask and didn't speak, who would guess that he was a ghost corpse? Damn, why is Feng Wuchen here as well? Could it be that the corpse ghost Daoist also knows about the immortal spring? Yi Xian was shocked. When he first met Feng Wuchen was only at 4th-grade spirit disaster. But today, he was actually at 5th-grade spirit disaster. However, that wasn't what shocked Yi Xian the most. Feng Wuchen shuttled through the crowd in his white robes. Any one of his attacks was extremely powerful. The sword aura that he released shocked even Yi Xian. That's not the perfect sword aura. That's the union of man and sword. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. Feng Wuchen had comprehended the union of man and sword, which was why he was so powerful. But now wasn't the time to care about that. Feng Wuchen is under the orders of the corpse ghost Daoist. He doesn't recognize anyone. If he has the chance, he will definitely kill me. Yi Xian hesitated. He was hesitating. Should he make a move? If he did, which side should he help? If he were to fight Feng Wuchen alone, Feng Wuchen would definitely be stronger. If he helped the injured Feng Wuchen deal with the 18 demonic castles, what would he do if Feng Wuchen changed sides? However, he was friends with Feng Wuchen. He couldn't help the 18 demonic castles, right? With Feng Wuchen's strength, dealing with the 18 demonic castles shouldn't be a problem. Now that he's injured, I'll use the Eye of Control to control him after the battle ends. Yi Xian immediately came up with a plan. But it was only a matter of time before Feng Wuchen dealt with the remaining 2 5th-grade spirit disaster experts. Thus, Yi Xian had to do something. Burning Eye. Yi Xian used his Eye of Heaven on Feng Wuchen to weaken his willpower. He was only at 2nd-grade spirit disaster, while Feng Wuchen was at 5th-grade spirit disaster. Furthermore, Feng Wuchen had the corpse ghost Daoist behind him, so it wasn't easy to control him. Thus, he had to wear him down. Feng Wuchen was struck by the burning eye and frowned his brows. He had also noticed Yi Xian, but Yi Xian was only at 2nd-grade spirit disaster. The threat he posed to him was much smaller than the enemy before him. Let's go. This brat has comprehended the union of man and sword. His attacks are extremely powerful. He's not someone we can deal with. A 5th-grade spirit disaster expert yelled. In an instant, the remaining people scattered and disappeared into the forest. Feng Wuchen fought against dozens of people by himself and exchanged heavy injuries for the lives of 2 5th-grade spirit disaster experts. Although he was at the end of his strength, he wasn't someone these people could deal with. Chapter 1042. Die. Feng Wuchen looked at the person in front of him and let out a hoarse roar as he slashed out with his sword. A ray of sword light pierced through the air and sent the expert who was at the 5th-grade spirit disaster flying. The other disciple of the sect of the God of Ghost immediately turned around and left. Feng Wuchen didn't chase after that person. Instead, he rushed over and killed the expert who was at the 5th-grade spirit disaster. At this moment, there wasn't a single person in the surroundings as they had all entered the forest. However, Yi Xian didn't make a move immediately. Feng Wuchen glanced at him and then chased after the fleeing sect of the God of Ghosts. He didn't kill me first? Yi Xian was a little surprised. He took this opportunity to collect the universe rings of the corpses. No, you can't kill me. I'm a disciple of the sect of the God of Ghost. A wretched cry rang out in the forest, and Feng Wuchen immediately turned back. It's you, Feng Wuchen said in a hoarse voice. At this moment, Yi Xian had already collected all the universe rings. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to break through. However, he knew that as long as he subdued Feng Wuchen, it would be enough. You still remember me? Yi Xian looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Die! Unexpectedly, Feng Wuchen didn't say anything and charged at him. Yi Xian thought that Feng Wuchen recognized him, so he didn't make a move. It turned out that Feng Wuchen wanted to leave him for last. There's no other way. Come! With a roar, Yi Xian also transformed. Eye of Glory. Feng Wuchen had comprehended the union of man and sword, so his attack power was explosive. He could probably instantly kill Yi Xian. Furthermore, Yi Xian was 3 realms lower than Feng Wuchen. It wouldn't be easy for him to control Feng Wuchen. Furthermore, he didn't want to harm Feng Wuchen's life, so this battle would probably be very simple. In an instant, the two of them exchanged blows. Yi Xian split into two and instantly used his true energy to condense hundreds of fierce ghosts. Feng Wuchen, who had comprehended the union of man and sword, was extremely powerful. He could wipe out all the ferocious ghosts with just a few strikes. 10,000 swords returned to origin. He could not afford to be careless in this battle, so Yi Xian immediately revealed his second trump card. In an instant, the heaven-shaking sword cluster enlarged and descended. Spiritual Sword Array. Feng Wuchen's speed was fast, but this time, the sky-shaking sword expanded its range and trapped Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen like before. Eyes of the Void. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and left the spiritual sword array. A fourth-grade spirit disaster heaven-shocking sword wasn't something that an ordinary person could destroy. Even Feng Wuchen, who had comprehended the union of man and sword, wasn't able to destroy the heaven-shocking sword in a single strike. Luo Luo. Yi Xian bellowed. Understood. Luo Luo appeared out of nowhere and transformed into 100 clones, continuously throwing the flames in her hands at the spiritual sword formation. Feng Wuchen was heavily injured and his abilities were greatly reduced. Hence, Luo Luo was very careful and purposely went easy on him. Bang! A loud explosion resounded in the spiritual sword array. The nearest heaven-shaking sword was directly shattered, and Feng Wuchen, who was in the spiritual sword array, was naturally unable to escape. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Luo and her clone quickly attacked. 100 layers of shackles. The whip in the clone's hand coiled and tied Feng Wuchen up. At the same time, the whip in Luo Luo's hand also wrapped around Feng Wuchen's neck. Absorbing Star. Feng Wuchen's true qi and stamina were quickly absorbed. Feng Wuchen couldn't break free from Luo Luo's 100 layers of shackles and could only scream towards the sky. His true qi and stamina were quickly absorbed. In addition to the injuries on his body, he didn't even have 60% of his strength left. Taking advantage of Feng Wuchen being trapped, Yi Xian's original body and clone hurriedly shot out 2 eyes of disintegration. Sizzle. Sizzle. 2 eyes of disintegration shot towards Feng Wuchen's legs from both sides. In an instant, Feng Wuchen's knees were completely disintegrated, and he fell to the ground with a plop. However, Feng Wuchen had perfectly merged with the ghost fetus and had extremely strong recovery abilities. His legs had just been broken, and the ghost fetus was continuously repairing his legs. Burning Eye. Eye of Control. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He and Luo Luo both revealed their trump cards just for this little bit of time. Ding. Control failed. Ding. Control failed. Ding. Control failed. 3 notifications sounded in a row. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's legs were actually almost completely healed. Luo Luo, Yin and Yang Ring. Yi Xian hurriedly shouted in a low voice. At that moment, Luo Luo gave up on Absorbing Star. With a whip, she pulled Feng Wuchen's Yin and Yang Ring and threw it towards Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian was already prepared. If the Yin and Yang Ring couldn't help him break through, then he would once again advance to the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline. However, the moment he obtained the Yin and Yang Ring, a system notification sounded. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is 3rd grade spirit disaster. Now, Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen were only 2 levels apart. I don't believe that I can't control you. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide, and his gaze flickered. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control succeeded. Finally, control was successful. Yi Xian's mental attack, Luo Luo's charm and Absorbing Star. In addition, Feng Wuchen was originally injured, so his willpower was extremely low. Hence, he was controlled by Yi Xian. Huff, huff. I finally succeeded. Yi Xian grinned. It seemed like he didn't need to use the last 2 devouring points to advance to the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline. However, at that moment, a ball of fog gushed out from Feng Wuchen's body and condensed into a pale white skull. Who would have thought, the white skull began to speak. Corpse Daoist, I admit that you are very capable. You actually raised Feng Wuchen to such a level. However, you are just a rat crossing the street. A rat that doesn't even dare to show its face. Yi Xian coldly snorted.